Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Charter School Review Board's meeting for November. It is November 13th. I would ask that everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of North Carolina and pledge to the oath of faith, love, loyalty, and faith. The Charter School Review Board's mission is to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in the state of North Carolina. Review Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before us today at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be recusing from the Cardinal Charter Wendell discussion.
Thank you. If during the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. On today's agenda, following up from yesterday, we're going to start with renewal interviews. We'll then break for lunch, and then we will have a new applicant before us this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jenna Cook. Good morning.
Good morning, Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. Continuing from yesterday, the schools today are all placed at a 3-year renewal, primarily based on academics. And as a reminder, you may see some schools that have more years of comparability or have met growth for more than 1 year, but because they are currently designated as continually low performing or low performing, they are in this 3-year placement. And so we will hear from 7 schools today. And just as a reminder, upcoming in December, there will be a few more 3-year placement presentations. We'll hear from the 5- and 7-year placement presentations, and then I will present the data on the schools that qualify for the statutory tenure. In January, school business will present on all the renewal schools' financials. You all will vote on the final renewal terms, and if there are any schools that the board wishes to invite back, we will do that in January if you have more questions for any school that's presenting. So today we will start with Southern Wake Academy. And Southern Wake Academy is a 6-12 school in Wake County, first opened in 2000. Their academic performance this past year, they did not meet growth and performed at a D. The year before, they were at a C and met growth. And then in 21-22, a D and did not meet growth. This year, they are on the continually low performing list and have not been comparable to Wake County schools in the immediately preceding 3 years. You can see their individual subgroup comparability. Currently, we do not know of any compliance or financial compliance issues. You can see their enrollment from the past 3 years, and then also their historical charter agreements. At this time, I will invite Southern Wake Academy to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning. Welcome. Just a reminder, we have a total of 20 minutes, which will include our questions and answers. So we'll make sure we leave time at the end for that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Charter School Review Board, the Office of the Charter Schools, and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, thank you for allowing us to present today. We are Southern Wake Academy, and we are very excited to be here to recommend the renewal of our charter. I am Scott Schulze, the Chairman of the Board of Directors, and alongside me is our Head of School, Dr. Daryl Cotton. Also present are additional members of the Board of Directors. Our school's original charter was granted in 1999, started in 2000, we just mentioned, when the school was known as Community Partners Charter High School. Since then, our name has changed to Southern Wake Academy. We've added a middle school and grown from 1 building to 4. This includes the new 3-story high school building, which opened during our current 10-year charter. In our community, we have been a pillar of educational development and growth since its establishment. Southern Wake Academy is centered by our core values: academic excellence, student-centered growth, community engagement, integrity, respect, and continuous improvement. Southern Wake Academy is dedicated to delivering an education that not only meets student academic needs, but also enriches their personal growth, preparing them to be well-rounded citizens equipped for the future. We pride ourselves on being a smaller community where students can achieve success outside the confines of traditional public schools. There are many testaments of students that came to Southern Wake Academy and have thrived with more personal instruction. They had the ability to find their strengths when they previously struggled in large traditional public schools. This is a real need for a place like Southern Wake Academy. You just can't find it anywhere. Recently, Southern Wake Academy submitted our new mission statement, which was voted and approved by this Charter School Review Board. For that, we say thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Cotton.
Good morning, everyone. If you would advance to the next slide. Thank you so much. Southern Wake Academy's academic story is one of resilience and steadfast commitment to the improvement even in the face of challenges. These numbers tell a story beyond a single grade. They reflect our school's deep commitment to analyzing and addressing the factors behind these shifts. While there is a temporary dip, we've identified it as an opportunity to strengthen our approach to stabilize sustainable growth. Our growth score in 2023 was a significant indicator of what our students and educators can achieve together. We went from a score of 58.5 to an impressive 74.4. Although there was a subsequent decline in 2024, we recognize this as part of the growth of Southern Wake Academy's journey. We are committed to identifying and implementing key practices that will fuel success from our 2023 results. Under our subgroups, our focus on improvement also extends to equity in education. Several subgroups demonstrated notable growth. Black students saw an 8.2 point increase, multiracial students, a 10.8 point improvement, and economically disadvantaged students had a 1.3 point rise in achievement. Our efforts have also yielded growth among students with disabilities, showing a 6.1 point increase despite a small achievement dip. While our performance journey has had its fluctuations, such data points reinforce our resolve to prioritize equitable, sustainable growth. We are committed to stabilizing these scores and building a foundation continued on our academic achievements. If you would advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. Areas of growth. As we look to areas of growth and challenges, the theme of commitment to improvement remains front and center. Our academic journey reflects a focused effort to uplift all students, especially in those key subgroups. One area of growth is our steady increase in ACT performance, moving from a score of 45.1 in 2022 to 54.4 in 2024. This trend shows progress we're making in our academic standards and ensuring that students are better prepared for college and career readiness. These ACT scores are a testament of our commitment to our ongoing academic improvement as a school. Our efforts to support diverse learners have shown results, particularly with our AIG students and our students with disabilities. Both groups met targets in 2 of the past 3 years, demonstrating that our tailored approaches are meeting their needs. Of course, there are challenges, especially in achieving consistent performance across all subgroups. Stability in subgroup scores remains an area of focus for us, and we recognize that we have to address these needs so that we can provide an equitable education to our students. In addition to performance, we have had challenges with staffing. A high-quality, stable teaching staff is the bedrock of success for any academic institution. That's why we focused on hiring and retaining qualified, passionate educators that are committed to giving our kids the very best. Our approach to growth and challenges is one of resilience and proactive action. We're dedicated to advancing the academic standards of diverse learners and addressing our staffing needs at the same time. Could you advance to slide? Thank you. This is probably my favorite slide because it tells the story of Southern Wake Academy. There are many stories. The impact of Southern Wake Academy goes beyond academics. Our success stories reveal a culture of pride, unity, and a shared commitment among students, staff, and the wider community. These stories are essential in understanding who we are and what we stand for as a school. One of my favorite stories is the story of school culture and pride. Last year, our students brought pride back to Southern Wake Academy through our athletic program. Our boys basketball team advanced in the 1A playoffs, made it to the Final Eight. Not the fact that they advanced to the Final Eight, but what they and our cheer squad were able to do. They unified the school amongst our pride. There was a culture of being associated, proud to be associated with Southern Wake Academy. We went down to Wilson Prep. Half of our school went to Wilson Prep. The fans were surprised that half of the school showed up, and it was a neutral territory. But I say that because that's pride. Parents and our students and our staff to make that travel. To me, that is the culture of the school forming, and I'm so proud of that success. This past summer, I had to make some difficult decisions. We had to not renew about a third of our teaching staff because we knew that we needed to up our academic rigor. And over the summer, we brought in passionate educators who are now changing the course of our academic curriculum. That was a hard decision, but we had to do what was in the best interest of our students. The other thing that was really inspiring to me is that towards the end of the last school year, we organized a series of parent forums. During these parent forums, we had honest discussions about who we are as a school. From that, we had discussions during the summer months. From that, parents took the initiative of helping to share our vision. So as a result, we have now started a grant writing process team. We're revamping our marketing and our communications department. It's all parent inspired because they see the vision of the school. To me, that's touching. One of the other things that I would like to leave with you is that we are now built upon respect, integrity, communication, and collaboration. That's the bedrock. We had a professional consultant come in this summer and do work with our staff and our teachers, and those were the 4 pillars under our mission statement. So we have multiple stories, but these stories share who we are as a school. Will you advance to the next slide, please?
We've talked about the growth, we've talked about the struggles, and we've talked about the opportunity for our students. Preparing for today's presentation helped us to further understand the reasons why we are here today. It's for the students and their long-term comfort in knowing Southern Wake Academy is here for them and always will be. We acknowledge our school does not quite meet the standards to request another 10-year charter. But we do ask that you take the information provided today into consideration throughout this renewal process. As I stand before you today, Southern Wake Academy is recommending a 7-year charter renewal from the North Carolina Office of Charter Schools to continue advancing its impactful educational initiatives and address the challenges it has systematically identified. Southern Wake Academy serves a high percentage of students with academic challenges, creating a unique and inclusive learning community. Over the past 3 years, the proportion of students with individualized education programs, IEPs, was 29.6%, 26.6%, 23.6% consecutively, substantially higher than the 12.8% served by our largest feeder school district, the Wake County Public School System, for the 2024-25 school year. Also, in comparison, the state average is 13%, and the national average is around 15%. For the past 5 years, the Southern Wake Academy has doubled these averages and maintained between 23 and 30% within our school. As you are aware, this has a major impact on our yearly budget, as funding is only available for 12% of the EC population. While we acknowledge that achievement scores for our students with academic challenges have not yet reached our aspirations, we are proud that this subgroup has consistently met growth targets. This consistent growth is a testament to the dedication of our teachers and staff in fostering meaningful academic progress and setting the stage for continued improvement. We remain committed to enhancing support for these students and to creating an educational environment where every student can succeed. Southern Wake Academy has taken proactive steps in strengthening our educational and community impacts to further support this renewal request. The school has shown measurable improvements in ACT performance and subgroup achievements, especially among Black, multiracial, and economically disadvantaged students. For the past 10 years, our school has experienced our share of ups and downs. From our high school only curriculum expanded to add the middle school, waiting lists for students to enroll, the purchase of additional land to support growth in outdoor programs, to the pandemic and our recent head of school changes, the board took a serious dive into the future of this school and developed a plan that will have positive results for many years to come. The first was to hire a head of school with a proven record of longevity and leading a school of our size. After many candidates and interviews, Dr. Cotton was chosen to bring long-term stability, patience, and guidance that is needed for our head of school. With our dynamic student body, the school began to reorganize to better reflect our students' needs. The largest area of growth was within our EC department. With all of our challenges, the school was able to establish a balanced budget with a surplus for the current year. As I look toward the future, I'm excited for Southern Wake Academy and its students. Dr. Cotton is bringing community back through the parent advisory groups. Our PTO is heavily involved with supporting our staff. The athletic boosters have recently been established and gaining community support while the athletic programs are getting stronger. The local resident population for this area is expected to grow by 20,000 people over the next few years. Our community needs a long-term commitment from our school for many years to come. I'm also reminded we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this coming year, which is a telling story that our school has played an integral part in our community and with your support will for many years to come. With a 7-year renewal, we will have the stability needed to build on these positive trends, fully implement its school improvement plan, and continue its mission of personalized, community-centered education for all students. This is our pride. We are the Lions of Southern Wake Academy.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions
Just wanted
from board
to do a
members?
Closing statement, that's all.
Sorry.
Thank you. In closing, Southern Wake Academy is dedicated to fostering academic and personal growth, community involvement, and continuous improvement. Our journey from a D to a C and back again isn't just about a grade. is a testament to our resilience, development, and commitment to our student success. Every challenge has strengthened our resolve, bringing us closer to the standards we have set for ourselves. Looking ahead, our school improvement plan guides us as we build a solid foundation with PDP training, targeted interventions, and a strong MTSS support system. Each teacher, each new initiative, every bit of data we are analyzing brings us closer to our goals, to growth and excellence. Together, we are ensuring every student excels academically and nurtures into an engaged, responsible member of their community. The story of Southern Wake is still being written, a story of progress, persistence, and promise. Thank you.
Very good. Questions from board members or comments? Just as a reminder, we're actually not voting today. We're making final decisions and renewals in early 2025.
I do have a question. On slides 2 and 3, what explains the missing bars in the bar graph?
Typically, there needs to be at least 10 students in that subgroup for them to give the data. So it's usually masked if the number is under 10. So that's probably why that's not showing if that population was under 10 students.
Okay, you agree with that? That's in 2023, you didn't have enough Black students to measure results. Okay, and in 2023 and 2024, you did not have enough Hispanic students to measure performance. Okay, okay. Well, the school was visited in March of this year. Is that correct? Yeah, you had a site visit. And you're to be commended for a number of bullet points that team brought back. We're just registering positive things that are happening and great things that you're doing at Southern Wake. So you're to be commended for that. I wanted to find out if there had been any response or any actions related to the recommendations, such as your board training. Have you conducted any board training since that site visit? That was one of the recommendations.
Not formal training. We've had additional meetings. Oh, sorry. Not formal training, but we have had additional meetings where we've talked about the different actions of the board, what we need to do, a larger outlook into the future and that sort of things.
It was recommended that the board consider getting some governance training as well as some financial training. It was also recommended that the board subscribe to our Office of Charter Schools newsletter, which is incredibly informative. Has the board done that?
Well, I can say that we are now contracting a new financial third-party firm, and they will be doing a lot of financial training and governance training with us.
Mr. Schultz, has the board subscribed to the newsletter?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And may I make a suggestion that during your action items that you make sure that you approve the minutes of the previous meeting?
Our previous meeting, I think we did approve them.
The actions, I was looking in your minutes under the action items, and I didn't see where minutes of the previous meeting minutes were approved as an action item.
Oh, we approved that through we emailed each other our approvals for that and sent that in. So it was not, didn't need to be covered like on the next meeting because it was already approved.
Right, but it should be noted
Oh,
that they
noted.
were approved.
Noted.
Yes,
Cor-
in the
correct.
minutes.
Need to speak.
You can come to the microphone.
Good morning. You had Leslie Carwell. You had a question about the minutes. Yes, they are approved. we we approve them in the minutes? Are you looking at one in particular?
Oh, yes, September, June. I didn't see in the action items that minutes of the previous meeting were approved. It has to be in the minutes.
They should be like the very top line, because we approved last meeting's minutes. Every meeting except the October one where we had to approve it by email earlier to get into our mission statement.
We approved the agenda and the minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
After we open the meeting.
Other questions?
I do
comments?
have one more question. Maybe this goes to Dr. Cotton. On your slide, the 5th slide, you justify the request for 7 years. I guess that could be your board chair as well, can respond. One of the bullet points to justify the request is the % of EC for the past 3 years. Can you tell us what those percentages are, EC for the past 3 years?
29.6%, 26.6%, and 23.6%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And that number stays steady between that 23 to 30, even over the last like 5 years. So like an expanded picture on that.
Any final comments?
Can you tell me a little bit more about your decision to non-renew a third of your teachers, and now what percentage of licensed teachers you have on staff and what their professional development onboarding might look like? I know we're short on time, so if you could answer those 3 things briefly.
Sure. Thank you. So one of the things that I did last year after I took on this position was classroom observations, classroom visits. And so when I walked into a classroom and a teacher was not on task, that was a problem. When I walked into a classroom and the teacher was on their cell phone, that was a problem. When I walked into a classroom and they were not doing what they're supposed to be doing, that was a problem. After continuing warnings and conversations, I had to make the decision, what's in the best interest of the school. When our preliminary results came back, then that's when I made the decision to go ahead and move away from those teachers that were not giving us their best effort. We then started off the year with about 54% of licensed teachers. Now we are close to 70%. One of our teachers, who is data-driven, she actually is now spearheading an initiative of professional development and understanding the data. And that's one of the things that we didn't do last year, is understanding the data. What does it mean? So when we get the reports back from the state, the school didn't do anything about understanding the data. So now we're interpreting the data. We're having professional development workshops, intentional, so that they understand the needs of their students. So those are some of the things that we've had to incorporate.
Any final comments? Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just note that the economically disadvantaged student subgroups, the students with disabilities, English learners, in those categories, the school performs in general pretty close to what the county as a whole does. I think this is, it's hard to know exactly how the performance compares across the whole set of students, because we don't see how many of, we know that it's a significant number here. But I just find it very interesting that among all the individual racial groups, the comparisons don't look good, but among the economically, students with disabilities, English language learners, even the economically disadvantaged are pretty darn close to or slightly exceeding what Wake County as a whole does, which is, I think, just they clearly are serving a different population than the county as a whole. That's just my observation on the data there.
And can I just quickly add to that?
Yeah, well, I'm very quickly, because
30 seconds.
we're well over time.
So just a quick point on the growth and achievements. So our school is located right at the southern tip of Wake County and really the kind of the northern side of Harnett County. So when we look at Wake County Public Schools as a whole, we fall below those marks. When you look at Harnett County schools as a whole, we're above those marks. So right kind of where we're at, it really is right smack dab in the middle where you would think numbers wise that they would be.
So what fraction of your students come from Harnett County?
I think it's all from Harnett County. It's like 25, it's like about 25 to 30%.
Okay.
Right there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Next is Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls, a K-8 school located in Wake County, and they first opened in 2020. This past year, they exceeded growth and scored at a D. And then the 2 years before, they have not met growth and were also at a D. This year, they are on the continually low performing list, and they have not been comparable to Wake County Public Schools in the immediately preceding 3 years. Their subgroup comparability is listed for you, as well as their enrollment numbers. And then as they did open in 2020, this would be their first renewal. So at this time, I will invite Cardinal Charter Academy to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning, Chair Friend and esteemed members of the Charter School Review Board. Claire Porter, Deputy Director for Compliance, Charter Schools USA. We have a few introductions to make. Principal Brittany Sandora, Principal of Cardinal Charter at Wendell. Chairwoman Kim Norcross of the TCEA Board, joined by Dr. Buddy Coleman, TCA Board. And I believe we have three additional members of the board online with us today. Eric Johnson, Marcus, and Yvonne Reed. So, come on up.
Thank you. Pleased to be here and have the opportunity to share the mission statement for Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls. The mission is to build a student-centered, data-driven learning environment where students develop critical thinking skills and can reach their academic potential by utilizing a technology-rich methodology tailored to meet their needs.
Good morning, I'm Kim Norcross, and I'm the board chair. And I joined the team last year in September, and I did a walkthrough, and it was fabulous. They truly do their promise of building strong minds, good hearts through the core principles of purpose, passion, integrity, and grit. I was extremely impressed, having done a turnaround school myself. I saw all the things in place that they needed, and Brittany, I can't tell you how much I was impressed. It's probably the best school that I've ever seen in what she's done in there. So I am extremely proud to be the board chair, knowing that this school is definitely on the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Brittany Sandora. I'm the principal at CCI Wendell Falls. Thank you to our board members who spoke so kindly and exemplified what we've done in the past year. And that is a big focus in our presentation today, the ability our school has with stability, with teamwork, and with exemplifying our core values that are there within our promise. My team has been dedicated for the past 15, 16 months to those 4 words: purpose, what's best for our students, a passion in driving each other and doing the hard things for what's best for our students, having integrity, getting some structures and stability in place in our school for student success, and grit, which I think is the most important, working hard, doing the hard things, supporting our teachers, and doing what's right for our children. And when we look at our data in the next slide, I believe that you're going to see our hard work pay off. So in looking at our SPG summary, we do need to acknowledge 21, 22, 22, 23 were hard years. There was not stability in the leadership role. There was turnover in the principal role both of those years. But last year was a consistent year. When I was brought in by our state superintendent and team in the summer, I knew that there was hard work to do. And that's exactly what we did. We rolled up our sleeves. We built the systems. We built the structures. We built a team mindset with our teachers. We work in a dedicated fashion with our state academic teams side by side, even in the hard times. And this is a result of hard work in our school. As you can see, we went from a status of not met to a status of exceeding growth. Our reading performance was comparable to the state average and also to similar performing EDS schools with the 50% rating and also extensive growth, actually a little higher than the state, the county, and similar EDS schools around us with our amount of growth. Our math is what I'm most proud of. We went and grew 13 points in math last year to a 43, and we exceeded growth very well in math. And when we look at our EVOS data, you're going to see the hard work that our staff put into that to exceed that growth. While it is still a D average, that is a huge amount of growth and time and effort that we put into our students. Not noted here, but when you pull our reading and math scores out for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade alone, we are one of the highest performing, if not the highest performing Wake County middle schools in our area, including science. We are a solid C average and we exceed growth in that middle school area. That was an extensive, wonderful, great job by our team. And then as you can see, the evidence is for itself. We were a 46 as a rating, 88.2% growth. We exceeded growth as a school. We were a 54, which does place us as low performing continued. We were 1 point away from a C, which I dream about in my sleep, that 1 point. But we are 1 point away, and that is the thing that is driving my team this year. Looking at our data there also with our subgroups, as you can see, that color that is there, when I walked into Wendell, there's a lot of red on my dashboard, as we talk about in our meetings. That blue and that green, although I am very passionate about Eagles green, but that blue there is amazing. Exceeding growth as a whole entire school. Specifically, our Hispanic and our EDS subgroups exceeded growth. And when we look at our demographics on the next slide, that is going to be very telling of our population and how we are supporting them in Wendell. So CCA Wendell, we are an economically disadvantaged school with targets through Title I. We just finished up our supports through the NC Access Grant as well. And we are actually a little bit higher of an EDS population than our Wake County schools demographics around us. So when you look at our graphs there and you look at our demographics, Hispanic is our highest subgroup and about 2/3 or more of our students are of color. So that is the demographics that we are working with. We are slightly higher than the state and the county average with our EDS students. We are slightly higher with our EL performers. We are about in line a little bit lower with our students with disabilities. Through NC Access, which is a grant I'm very familiar with my work with a previous charter district in our applications for NC Access, we met all of the criteria to support our children as the whole learners. We are a school lunch program school. We have currently 50 to 60% of our students that are receiving full free meals with an additional 5 to 10% that are a reduced meal. So we are supporting our students, making sure they're fed and they're ready to learn every single day. Transportation, we've increased our supports through the partnership with TCS Mobility. We currently have the most students that we've ever had on the bus with a wait list and me pushing for a 3rd bus. So that supports getting our students to school, which is a need through that NC Access grant. We did just finish up utilizing our funds through NC Access, all which were dedicated to academic supports for our students. Our grants coordinator, Erin Joyce, is fantastic. She has worked directly with me to make sure that we're utilizing all of our grant funding that comes in, and we've used almost 100% of it. And again, it's dedicated to our students, our resources, and maximizing the resources for our teachers to do what's right for students. And our data shows there. Our data shows this. We have hit our lottery requirement for 5 years with an EDS population, and then we have put the pieces in place to be in the top 5 for most of our subgroup groups when you look at us compared to schools in Wake County in our area. And again, we are the top rated school when you compare us to schools with similar economic disadvantage rates that we do have. Next slide, please. So this slide is my favorite slide. There's a lot of pretty colors on here. Math specifically is where I'm most proud of my team. Math, when you look at the different areas around us in Wake and Johnson and Nash County, math is traditionally a low performing area among all of those schools when you look at our data in those different school areas. We were exceeding growth in all but fourth grade math last year and eighth grade math, which is a huge growth from the previous 2 years before us. And we were pretty darn close with fourth and eighth grade math. Again, eighth grade math is a big one statewide that there is struggle with that data point. So that's a good celebration that we have. But we are hoping that that trend continues and that the patterns that we've worked on will continue to allow us to meet and exceed growth in math. Reading, our data is there as well. Again, moving from that red, not meeting expected growth or barely meeting expected growth to solidly meeting our growth targets and exceeding in several areas. We know our areas where we have some work to do, but overall, taking a look at 12 points of growth within one school year and exceeding growth with an 88.2 rating, that is a tremendous work with our team. And I want to highlight our CSUSA academic team led by Maggie Nampon. She has worked side by side with my school for the past year, ensuring that we are doing what's right for children, providing us with good feedback and tools to support our kids, pushing us to do the hard things, and then celebrating that growth with us. Next slide, please. So these are our academic goals for this year. Academics is the big focus. This has to get right to continue to attract the families around us and give the best opportunity for our children, because that's why we are here. So we are looking at an academic target of a 50% or higher rating with our math scores this coming school year and 60% or higher proficiency with our reading scores. A lot of that work is already happening on the ground. Consistent PLCs with our Dean of Curriculum, Ms. Sydney Delstead, who is here with me today, and myself to continue to look at data points, to drive what is good for instruction, and to provide teachers with regular feedback and support with what is needing to be done. Modeling, and being in the classrooms. There is a running joke in Wendell, you cannot find me in my office. That's because I'm in classrooms. My students know who I am. My students know the team that is standing behind me. My students are aware that we are there to support them, and our teachers feel that support. So we are doing standard-based instruction walks on a regular basis. We are providing with teachers with real-time coaching and feedback. We are there with them in the trenches to support what's best for our students and what helps them be successful. In addition, we are making sure that we're using our testing calendar efficiently to look at some data points and make sure we're pivoting our instruction. We currently are running NC check-ins today in our second round of assessments, and that data is we will look at next week to adjust some things moving into Q2. And then utilizing strategies. As a teacher who formerly taught students that were 2 to 3 years below grade level in reading, we utilize a lot of strategies to help my kiddos succeed in the classroom. So we utilize the unwrap strategy to help our students with comprehension passages. We really work intentionally with 8 squares with them to work through math. We are using different strategies and tools to help them be successful. Along with the academic piece, SEL supports are extremely important, looking at our population and looking what our students need. We are very excited that we have an amazing partnership with a community counseling group. The Fernandez Community Counseling Partners are here in our campus twice a week. The parents are able to work with them for insurance-related needs, and they are able to receive their counseling supports on campus once a week from our certified counselor. In addition, we have an amazing counselor in Dr. Marcia Smith, who has done a fantastic job with working with our students, and she too is constantly in classrooms, meeting with students, doing small groups. And we've also added an AIA SEL elective to build that positive image, that positive self-worth, and that positive confidence in our students. We currently offer at K-6, but we're actually opening up an additional elective course next week for 7-8 to branch that out to our 7-8 students. All of this work here, this is a huge part of our team and helping to support our teachers with what's best. Next slide, please. So challenges and areas of opportunities. Again, we are currently working very, very strictly with our state academic team at CSUSA. I do joke with the three ladies that are on that team that they are harder of me sometimes than I feel like I've ever had anybody push me, but they push for what's best for students. They work with us and we work with them as a team. So that targeted work with our state academic team is something that has really helped our campus get to where we are. Structured plans and supports for staff align with our school grade. That is that work that Ms. Del Cid, our Dean of Curriculum, is consistently doing in PLCs and coaching sessions and in different direct coaching feedback that she's giving to teachers on a daily basis. In addition, we all know the elephant in the room. We're all looking for highly qualified certified teachers. We take advantage of our Moreland partnership at CSUSA, and we have currently 4 teachers that are in that program working and finishing up their teacher prep programs, and they will be done by the spring and or summer, with an additional 3 enrolling in January. Community engagement and enrollment is another piece of the puzzle that we're looking at Wendell. I'd like to commend our Raleigh area marketing enrollment director, Ms. Candy Weatherspoon, who is behind me today. Candy started in the trenches well before I got there in Wendell, about 4 months before. She's done a lot of excellent work to work with me to clean up some of our marketing and enrollment procedures. We've taken advantage of our community partnership with the Wendell Falls HOA, and we've made sure that we are ever present in those community events. We have our 5th event in 6 months coming up in 2 to 3 weeks for our winter event, but it's putting our face out there and making sure we're marketable and we are showing our faces in the community to build back our image. Again, engaging our families is key. Communication is the top priority that we do have in Wendell, and making sure communication is equitable for all our families, offering a bilingual opportunity for our families that are bilingual, making sure we have interpreters available on campus if a family needs translation for a conference. So those are pieces that we are consistent with. Community events and making sure our families are aware of our community events, even if they're not on campus, so that way parents are feeling that connection between home and school. And keeping our parents in the loop with our academic supports. In our weekly newsletter, I consistently talk about the work that we're doing, so families are aware of what is going on and what are things that we're doing. And I, to a fault, have an open door policy. I may not always get to a family, but I'm very intentional about making sure that phone call or that meeting gets scheduled so that family gets face-to-face time with me with their concerns.
We do need to wrap up here really quickly for time for questions. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and slide to our next slide. And I think this is a great place to pause to review our celebrations and our path forward in Wendell. Again, academic growth, building those opportunities for students, and then building that community engagement are the big focuses. And I will pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To be commended for the work you guys are doing and for exceeding growth last year. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Quick question I have, and just to make sure it's not a typo. Your enrollment this year looks to be, this is at 5, last year was at 588, which was down from the previous 2 years. Why was that?
This is correct. I know some of the work that we're doing is marketing and making sure that we are building a clear picture for our families of what our expectations are, what our school community is, and building that vision back in the community again. That does mean that we've had some families fall off where we may not be the best fit for them. But I think our team is dedicated towards right now using marketing and enrollment during the open enrollment season to branch out to the Wendell Falls community and bring some of our families back that we may have lost through turnover prior to me arriving.
Thank you. That's a pretty big impact on your budget. So what adjustments did you have to make around operations, staffing and the such with lower enrollment?
So that's something that I've always had in the back of my mind, looking at our budget. I did walk into a budget deficit when I started in July of last year. It's working very closely with our finance team. Cannot commend Erin Joyce enough for her work with grants. We have looked and worked to see every opportunity we can to swing our different needs through our grant funding, through NC Access, and being very creative with those things for resources. In addition to staffing, I've been very strategic with how I've staffed. I've staffed and planned to make sure that if we do have to mitigate with staffing, we are not mitigating people. We have spaces where we've already mitigated, and then we have enough staff to flexibly run. We also have an innovative model on our campus, which allows us to be a little bit more creative with our staffing plan.
Other questions or comments from board members?
I'm sorry if I missed it. Can you tell me the number of current students?
We are currently at 550.
What specifically are you doing to address that decline?
So I think it's all about how we're marketing to our families and maybe more so engaging areas that we have lost families for. Turnover is a big issue and why we lost families before I even walked in the door. So providing that good outreach of families of stability, the principal that has been here with us since we started our academic journey last fall, also promoting our growth. We are in the top 20% of this in the state with our growth. We've used social media to push out lots of pictures and images of events, things going on campus, and just being very consistent with pushing out information to families.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, you're to be commended from that site visit in February. You have more than a page of positive feedback on the commendations for all the strides that the school has made, and that's great. There was some feedback from your focus group that requested that you consider smaller class size. Can you address what is your average class size currently?
So our average class size in the K-3 space is roughly about 16 to 20 students. In the 4th through 6th grade space, it's about 20 to 25 students. And in middle school, it's actually slightly under in our 7-8 building. It is roughly about 18 to 22 students this year.
Okay. Okay. You were also requested to put the mission statement on your website on the front page, and I see that that's been done. And that's great to put that out there. So mission statement's right there on the front, just as the team requested. And the team also recommended that someone on the board attend some financial training. Has that occurred?
So we have worked closely with our board to make sure they're aware of the things that we're working on as far as just financials and all of those different things. I am going to turn to Claire with any training for the board.
Thank you again. And that has been submitted to our board, and the training will be provided, financial training ongoing. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Other comments or questions? I want to pause, make sure those that are online. Go ahead, Bart.
You're in eastern Wake County. What fraction of your students come from Wake County?
Offhand, I don't know have that number offhand, but I would say a majority of our students are coming from the Wendell, Knightdale, Zebulon, Raleigh-Garner areas, the majority of our families. We do pull a little bit from Nash County and also from Johnston County. So I would say overwhelming majority is from Wake County, but it's specific to those regions.
Any board members online like to make any comments?
This is Shelley Shope. No questions, just a comment in a congratulations on the growth and what you're doing numbers wise and with that data focus. We all know that's what takes you over the top. So great job on getting that staff online with the data focus and steering them in the right direction. Just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I have a question about your consent agenda on the minutes. What typically would be under your consent agenda?
As far as our Board of Education minutes?
Right.
Yes. So those are typically just the different action items our board has to speak to as far as finance, staffing, all of those different things are generally on there.
Just wasn't noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, what do you mean by the school's bad reputation?
Well, to be very honest with you, when there is turmoil and when there's turnover and there is change and lack of stability, it does build a lot of a bad negative connotation. The school did open during COVID in 2020, 2021, had a fantastic opening leader who had to leave the school at the end of the year for personal reasons. And after that, there were 2 years of change and turnover. With the guidance of CSUSA's state team, led by Dave Machado and Claire Porter, when I came in, it was very well known that this was the time to bring stability, to bring change, and to bring some grit to the school. So that is what I've done. And I think the biggest thing our school community needed was consistency and communication from the leader, whether it was good, bad, or ugly, to be honest with you. I'm very open and transparent with my families. And I think that is a big thing that has helped to start to turn around the negative image that our school had when I walked in the door.
Thanks.
Other questions, comments? All right, thank you for your time this morning. And as a reminder, we'll be making renewal votes in early 2025.
Thank you.
Next is Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School in Warren County. They're a K-12 school that opened in 2000. They have performed at an F for the last 3 years. They met growth this past year in 23-24, but did not meet in 21-22 or in 22-23. They are currently on the continually low performing list. And they were comparable to Warren County in 21-22, but they were not comparable in 22-23 or in 23-24. Compliance wise, the Office of Charter Schools did receive concerns from the Office of Accountability and Testing. They notified our office that the school does not have a primary test coordinator that will remain for the rest of the year, and that the test coordinator has not attended required accountability trainings. There were 2 in October. Additionally, there were 3 outstanding reports for the Office of Accountability, which is the RTA data verification form, the annual testing plan, and the BOY checklist was turned in but incomplete. You'll see their enrollment from the past 3 years, and then additionally their historical charter agreements listed since the year 2000. At this time, I will invite the leadership to come give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Same direction as the other schools as well. We have 20 minutes total, so I'll probably stop you with around, if you haven't finished by the 15-minute mark, I probably will stop you.
All right, good morning. I am Melissa Richardson, the administrator for Haliwa-Saponi Travel School. I have with me our board members, our board chairman, Mr. Gideon Lee, board member Reverend Michael Richardson, Chief Ogletree Richardson, Vice Chief Dr. Marvin Richardson, and Tyler Richardson, board member, and another board member, Miss Angie Richardson, are with me today, as well as in the audience, we have teachers, parents, and staff of the school. So, thank you for having us here today. We are here requesting a charter renewal for at minimum 3 years, but we would hope for a 5-year charter renewal. Just a little history about the Haliwa-Saponi Travel School. We are located in a remote rural area in Warren County. We would be at the very far end of Warren County on the central side of North Carolina, and we're at the very far end of Halifax County on the eastern side of North Carolina. We receive children from Halifax and Warren County and other neighboring districts as well. Next slide. Looking at our academic data for the last 3 years, we can see that we are beginning to progress. A little further history about Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School. There has been a struggle with our academic data, with our enrollment, and part of that is totally because we are remote, but we are in a very rural socioeconomic area within those 2 counties. But you can see in our data trends for the past 2 years that I've been there, coming in 22-23, we have been able to build our instruction to know that it is more culturally relevant, because we can see that it is emerging based off of our EBOS data for 23-24. We were able to meet our year's worth of growth, and we were also able to meet all subgroups, which had not been done before.
for all of our students with disabilities, our Native American students, our African American students, and multiracial students and economically disadvantaged students. We do know that math is a struggle area for us. And it has been a struggle area for some time. So we are doing targeted intervention with our math data. Reading is one of our stronger points. We ended the year last year with 42 school performance score, which has our reading at a D. We're about 12, 13 points toward pushing our reading to a C. Our math data that we ended with last year, it did grow from a 7.9 to about a 12.9. So we've had some growth. So it shows that the activities that we are doing, it is starting to progress, but we're being very intentional with preparing for our math. If you take a look at our subgroups across the term of the 3 years, in 21-22, our Native American children, we were meeting the needs of growth for them at 80%. We also struggle with some of our kids transferring out from Haliwa to go to a Warren County school at the house school level. I noticed that my first 2 years there, so you would see some differences and drops. However, in 22-23, we still were growing our Native American students at 60% proficiency. And last year, 23-24, we had 83% of growth with our Native American students, and we did not lose any students to transfer out of Haliwa-Saponi Travel School to attend any other high school at that point. When you look at our achievement, you will see some minimum growth over the 3-year span. However, it is growth and achievement for all of our students. When you look at growth across the board, looking at all of our ethnicity areas, we have had a huge percentage of growth, moving from 58% and ending the 23-24 school year at 79.3% growth. So it shows that we have really developed some culturally relevant instruction, and we have really targeted all of our students. Although we have not been, in comparison with Warren County, we are meeting the strides. A little about our enrollment is we are a K-12 school, and we have been averaging in between 145, 150 students consistently for the past 8 or 9 years. When you look at Warren County and you think about the grade span of which they are testing, we may have a testing group of 33 to 40 students. Across 3A, we may test about 55 or 62 students. The average varies each year. When you look at Warren County and or Halifax County, their groups of testing across 3A could very well be 194 students or higher. It would definitely be more than our 34 students. So the data is going to show us not being able to meet the need, but a huge portion of that deals with our enrollment numbers that we have. If you take a look at our reading performance, Haliwa-Saponi Travel School had a 32.9%, which gives us a 4.3 increase between Warren County, who came in at a 28.6% reading performance proficiency. If you also compare that to Halifax County's reading proficiency was 24%, and we had an 8.9% reading proficiency score in comparison to Halifax County. When you look at our college and career readiness group, we are overall about 15.7%, and then comparing between the 10.5% for Warren County and 8.5% for Halifax County. When you look at our senior class or our 9th through 12th graders, that would be a group of 50 students. So you can see that we are honestly, we're meeting the needs of our students in comparison to our neighboring district, Warren County, because we don't have huge numbers for subgroups. The averages will look a little different. Math is a major struggle for us as well. And when you look across our data, it has been a struggle for a while. We certainly recognize and realize we need to do targeted intervention in not just reading, but we have to have some extensive math targeted intervention to be able to meet the needs of our students. We ended the year with a 12.9%, which is 9.8% lower than Warren County and 3.4% lower than Halifax County. But overall, our subgroup was less than the 35. To do a positive comparison in between the two, and Warren County is 8.5.5, Halifax is 6.5. Our students are very much hands-on students, and you can take a look at our science performance scores, and you can see that we vary right in between Warren and Halifax County. Actually, our science scores were a little higher than both at 45.8% proficiency. Targeting college and career readiness, we average around about 29.2%, which is still very close and a little higher than Warren and Halifax County. How are we expanding our high school? We're excited that we have implemented a CTE program targeting for all of our students. Next slide. And it has also helped us to be able to recognize the professional growth possibilities that we need to have for our teachers. So we make sure that each Friday we are providing our teachers with research-based professional development. We have exposed them and continue to expose them to culturally relevant teaching. We are also building 5E lesson planning and inquiry-based learning, professional development, just to name a few, so that you'll have an idea to see how we have restructured the instructional process at the school. We have developed a very positive school culture. I have an open door policy. Parents know that they can contact me with any questions and or concerns. Our students are able to speak with me or any of the administrative team during that time. We also have students working in Warren County as peer supporters at the library. You'll hear a little more about that in a little bit. We are increasing our family and community connections. One of the things that we do a lot at the school, we have a lot of parents that come out, they've taken the effective teacher training class, and they are substituting in our school. We also have had parents to take a lot of training to be able to be bus drivers, and we hire our family to support and to increase and enhance our community as well as the involvement within the school. Another growth that I'd like to shout out is we are so pleased that last year's EBOS growth has shown that we are building a plan that is data-driven. Interventions are also focused, and we can see that we are beginning to live up to our vision to have our students be globally competitive individuals in society. We also have challenges. Challenges is also, as I stated before, we are in a low socioeconomic area where there is not main businesses where families can support and find ways to go to work. Hiring and retaining quality teachers. We find that we get good quality teachers, especially novice teachers. We can keep them for 2 to 3 years. And then generally after they've gotten their training, they have a tendency to go to a larger district. Governance is one of the areas that we are also working and focused on, and our board chairman will share more about that and the future trainings that are coming aboard. And our instructional space is sort of limited as to how our enrollment is. One of our square footages in one of our classrooms is about 520 square feet or 920 square feet, which on the average footage of a classroom is 1,100 square feet. That makes it very difficult for us to increase our classroom sizes to 18. Average classes right now in elementary run between 10 to 13 students. Some positive stories for the Haliwa-Saponi Travel School. We're excited, next slide, to share with you about our CTE program. We have increased our concentrators and we plan to continue to increase those concentrators over the next 3 years. We currently have expected 25 students that will be enrolled in college level courses. This is one of the reasons why we contribute that we have not lost any high school students in the past 2 years to go to Warren County Early College. The students and parents have the opportunity to take classes with us and our partnership with Nash Community College, as well as UNC Pembroke, as well as currently coming up week, we'll be working with Vance Granville Community College. We have 12 students that are in a work-based learning program, and they have been highlighted from the Warren County Library. We've gotten information back from parents in Warren County saying that they appreciate the peer support and the tutoring that our scholars are providing for their children. So we know that that has been positive, and it's been great being able to work with the school district to be able to expand not just from Haliwa, but to also help Warren County schools.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to wrap up here pretty quickly so we can get to questions. Thank you.
All right, and we have community partnerships with the Fernandez Community Group that we built for in 2022, which allows us to have a therapist on site 5 days per week working with our students on their social emotional needs. We also work with the Rural Health Group who provide physicals and exams for our students, and they're again the Warren County Health Department. We do know that we need to have some training for our board. So we are working very closely with the North Carolina Association of Public Charter Schools. In November of 2024, board members have the opportunity that they will be receiving some school finance training. Each of those Fridays, we are in training to be able to make our board stronger. It was recommended for us to be able to take a look at Board on Track, and we have had a meeting with them. And in August of 2025, we will have a complete presentation with the board so we can work on our budgeting to see if we're going to be able to go ahead and begin with Board on Track in the fall of 2025. And as always, continuing with school finance training and always instructional and curriculum modifications that we have.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members? I actually have a question, maybe more for the office than the board. In 2015, they were given a 1-year renewal. What's the backdrop on that?
I don't know for sure. I can look into it, other than when we look through their historical charter agreements, they did have one charter that was for 1 year.
There were a few other schools I've noticed that, so I wasn't here in 2015, but it does appear that maybe there was something strange that year where 1 years were issued.
I think I can speak to that. Michael Richardson, board member, and I was chair of the board at the time. In the 2015 year, we were told by the Charter School Advisory Board legal team that the state of North Carolina did not grant a charter to a board of education, which was overseeing the school at that time, but to a board of directors of a 501c3. So we made that transition. We had to change our bylaws and things of that nature. I think that's what it was.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Does your board meet monthly?
Yes, I'm Gideon Lay, I'm board chair. Yes, we meet monthly.
Okay, just on your website, it doesn't, under the board meeting minutes for 24-25 school year, there are no minutes for any meetings for the current school year. The minutes that are posted are actually from 2023. So just want to make sure you've met and also make sure you get those minutes on the website for transparency.
And Mr. Chair, that was recommended in their site visit as well. So they've realized that since April.
On the webpage, and I have our tech director here, we had submitted all of those board minutes to our tech company, so Ms. Anstead can address that. Last night, I want to say that they were uploaded. She may be able to tell you where you can see them.
Yeah, I'm sure after yesterday, any school that's listening should make sure that their board minutes are up before they get behind that podium. Because I will call you out on it and it will impact my decision.
Yes, and they definitely should be posted up there because they were there last night.
They're not.
And I'll log in, I'll see if I can see them and show you where to look at them at. The website that we have is under construction. So we have revamped everything on our website to pertain to what is required by the charter school and what we want to deem marketable to bring students in. But I definitely know they were all submitted and they should be up there because they were there. There's 3 different links, I think, on the board minute page. And when you go
I just
to
go back, I don't want to spend too much time delivering.
Yes.
They're not there.
at
so
the
you
top
need
of
to
the
make
page,
sure
it
they're
says
there.
board minutes in bold black. If you click on that, that opens up to the 24, 25 minutes.
Correct, and they're not
Yes.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll definitely check on that, but I know they were posted yesterday and verified.
I don't have a question, it's more of a comment, and just thinking about the purpose of charter schools and doing something different and in the area in which they're located. When I look at the state report card for the area, the schools in that area don't seem to be doing all that well, and this school since its existence has had 5 Fs and 3 Ds and has not met growth since 2019. You know, I mean, I think there's a lot of pressure on a school like this to figure out ways that are they doing something different? Is everybody buying into that and shoot to be better than the schools that are in your area, you exceeding their growth and shooting for exceeding growth every year? That's just a comment that I would make on behalf of what I'm seeing in the data for the school.
Yeah, I share that concern. This would be the 4th consecutive renewal that you're getting the minimum renewal. This is something that we had great discussion with last year, with even at the state board of ed level as well, is, you know, there's got to be improvement. Can't keep coming back every 3 years. And we as a board can't keep perpetuating this as well. And as Dr. Aldridge indicated, I'm not a tried and true believer of the whole school grading system. I'll say that up front. But F, no grade due to COVID, D, F. Constant 3-year renewals. That's concerning. It's really concerning to me. Maybe not to others. Yeah.
If I may, and I definitely coming in as an administrator 2 years ago, that is a direct concern that I have as well. But as we know, it takes 3 years to begin to move a school. This school, just in all honesty, has been chronically low performing. This is a conversation that we have definitely have. That is why we have spent the last 2 years totally restructuring the school and aligning with state expectations. To be honest, we all agree that F each year, and since 2019, we have been doing the same thing. I have been there 2.5 years. This is my 3rd year. We can see the growth that's starting to become in EBOS. We know we grow students to proficiency. We've had the huge amount of growth just last year with our EVOS growth, and knowing that we now have developed a program academically that will move them forward.
I'm gonna just, for time, this is our time to, I hear what you're saying. It takes 3 years. But in 2016, it would have been said, we need 3 more years. Then in 2019, 3 more years. That's 9, that's not 3. And we have the same results. That's all my point is.
Bruce, could I?
Yeah.
am I
Yes,
able to-
Alex.
Yeah, as a board member that's been on this board now, obviously 8 years and then 2 off and 2 on, I don't see how we purport to have standards of performance and allow schools with long-term persistent short-term charters and significantly low performing data to continue. These aren't traditional public schools. They don't have the safety nets that exist in districts. And we have said that the core idea of charters is that you trade high levels of accountability for the autonomy. And this school, has had a focus on serving the American Indian population, and chronically underperforms a already low performing district for 3 years. They're underperforming in almost every category. Even some of the greens are still a negative. And this school has been through different leaders. It has had, as you said, 9 years of short-term charters. And at some point, there has to be the hardest and most difficult accountability, which is the school no longer has the right to hold a charter in the state of North Carolina. And I just think for our board, we have to at least at some point say there are schools that persistently don't meet a standard, and we don't hold schools to the same standard that traditional public schools are being held. I also would urge us to push the legislature to shift this comparison data out of the LEA into the state averages, given that most schools pull from multiple districts. And I'm growing tired of them coming to us and presenting schools that are in their area or whatnot, or already low performing district, and say they're doing a great job or a decent job or whatnot. And, that will help some schools and that will hurt some schools. But at some point, it's where do you stand against the state average, I think is part of the question. That's not necessarily even relevant right now because this school is already below, in most cases, the district average. But Bruce, you've been on this board, anyone that's been on this board for a while, and Dave, I think you know this story. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I have 2 comments, Mr. Chair. I'm very concerned with the academic or lack of academic performance, and I'm extremely concerned about the operational issues that OCS has identified in their visit. And you put challenges operationally along with academics. That is a concerning and almost dangerous situation that just really concerns me. In your subgroup data, 29 below American Indian, 24 below Hispanic, 30 below 2 or more races. Are these students truly better off at this school than they are back in the community? And it hurts me to even ask you that, to say that, but my last question is, how many seniors did you graduate last year?
We graduated 14.
14. About how many you anticipate graduating this year?
We have 13.
13. You know, a K-12 school with 142 kids, that's a small school. That's a small group. You should be able to do some real intense educating. I mean, a lot of people would die for those small class size. So very concerned. And as long as I've been with OCS and then on this board, we have continued to have these same concerns. And I'm personally not seeing any progress. So.
And I agree. And I again say I have not been the administrator there. This is my third year coming in to be able to do the restructure in a trauma-informed community at a trauma-informed school. Just the first year back, we had a student, my very first year, we had a student get hit by a bus.
I'm really not.
But
trying
I
to be disrespectful, but we need to stick to our deliberations here and questions and comments.
A couple of things. What percentage of your students are economically disadvantaged?
95%.
95? Okay. And what is the current student population?
Current student population is 90% Native American, 10% African American.
Okay. And how many students?
145.
Okay. And where do we stand on the concerns around accountability and testing?
Accountability and testing, we had a testing coordinator that we hired at the beginning of the year. That testing coordinator resigned. Neither had we been informed through DPI that no one had attended the meetings. The testing coordinator that we hired, she would take the day to go to the meeting. We come back, she was able to give information to us. We did not know that the reports had not been turned in until I contacted my representative at DPI to let her know that I received an email of the testing coordinator resigning. It was at that point then DPI informed me that the testing coordinator had not met deadlines.
Okay, so what is your current plan for having a testing coordinator in place?
So what we did was the testing coordinator, we have a person on site that was the testing coordinator before, but she was doing another job. We went ahead and put that person back into the testing coordinator's position. She at that moment before November the 5th turned in everything that was needed to be turned in to Ms. Bimbo.
Okay. And she has had testing coordinator training?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We actually have a meeting scheduled again with another staff member choosing the longevity. One of the things that I realized in coming in, we have some people there that have been there for a long time. We need to utilize those persons and the capacity of things that's going to help the school. We have a meeting scheduled next week where everybody will have additional training as well with an assistant testing coordinator on site.
Bruce, I know, again, I just want to underscore that, and this is a trend with schools that are consistently low performing and in turnaround. And again, these sound like the right things in many ways and potentially strong administrator, but we have seen this for 10 years. It's the same thing, a cycle of different administrators promising improvements. The data is the data, and it's clear. And as to echo Dave's comments, when you're combining operational issues with academic issues, you have real problems. It is nearly impossible to turn around a school that is suffering from academic, financial, and academic issues. You can't fight on all of those fronts at one time. It's nearly impossible.
Yeah, we're over time, but I feel compelled to ask one more question. And I'm going to ask it of any board member, not the head of school, but a board member. And it doesn't matter to me which one. 90% of your students are Native American students.
Correct.
They're performing 29 points lower than the school district they otherwise would attend. How are these students better off at your school?
Our community is a kind of a unique community. They don't reach out to the outside. And into that, we try to meet their needs at school and gaining trust in the community with the parents. They don't seem to fit in the other schools. And so this is where we see that we need to maintain the school to keep these kids involved.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, we're actually, you've heard me say, we're not actually voting today. We will be making final determination on renewals in early 2025. So thank you for your time today. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, let's take a 6-minute break and reconvene here at about 10, if I can do my math, 10:37, 10:38. Which will mean it'd be 10:40, let's be honest. All right, 10:40, let's do 10:40. Okay, I think we're ready to reconvene, continuing with renewals and turning it back over to Ms. Cook.
Okay, the next school is Dillard Academy, a K-8 school in Wayne County that first opened in 1998. This past year, they performed at an F and did not meet growth, but the previous 2 years, they were at a D and exceeded growth and met growth. This year, they are on the continually low performing list. They were not comparable to Wayne County in 23-24 or in 22-23, but they were comparable in 21-22. Their subgroup data is listed. The Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any compliance or financial concerns with the school. And then their enrollment is also listed. You can see their historical charter agreements since 1998. Additionally, Dillard Academy did submit the additional information form to inform the board that Dillard serves a student population that comprises primarily of Black and economically disadvantaged students. And they've provided full details, including enrollment percentages and the school's improvement plan in that additional data packet for you all. At this time, I will invite Dillard Academy to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning. Welcome. Just remember, time check. We have 20 minutes total, so I'll probably cut you off around the 15-minute mark if you're still going, just so we can make sure we get the questions.
Good morning. I am Mary Kay James, and I am the Dillard Academy Charter School Board of Directors Representative. On behalf of Mrs. Janet Ward, our board chairperson, who could not be here, we're happy to share with you the wonderful things that Dillard Academy Charter School is doing to meet the needs of each of our scholars. We're proud to say that in the areas of governance, operations, and finance, we are in compliance. However, the lack of positive academic achievement is what brings us here today. We do not take pride in being identified as a low-performing school. We do not take pride in standing before you, knowing that the survival of our school is in jeopardy. And we do not take pride in recognizing our lack of academic excellence. But we do take pride in being accountable. We are committed and determined to establishing a workable and successful plan that will exit Dillard Academy Charter School from low performance and elevate us to a standard of academic excellence. 26 years ago in 1998, Mrs. Hilda Hicks founded Dillard Academy Charter School. Having served on the Goldsboro City Board of Education for several years, including as chairperson, she recognized that the merger of city and county schools would create a void in certain communities, and thus Dillard Academy Charter School was born. Over the years, we've educated hundreds of children who have gone on to become successful contributing members in their communities. In the hearts of the amazing staff and the army of dedicated individuals who work hard to support the vision and mission of Dillard Academy, the school gets an A for awesome. Of course, we recognize that this is not enough. Dillard Academy has a significant transient population. We recognize and take on the challenge of meeting each scholar where they are when they enter our doors by accepting their individual circumstances and offering a quality education that will help them learn and grow. We are confident that with guidance, implementation of differentiated strategies, intentional staff development, and a keen sense of what lies ahead, we will be successful in meeting the standards we have set for our children, our schools, and for ourselves as leaders. With that said, I now present to you Mrs. Danielle Baptiste, our interim executive director, for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Thank you to the Charter School Review Board and the Office of Charter Schools for allowing us to speak to you today. At Dillard Academy, we are committed to providing every student from kindergarten through 8th grade with the best possible education. While we recognize we are not where we want to be, we are in a great place of improvement and growth. This journey towards academic excellence is ongoing, and we're excited about the steps we're taking to get there. Our students are at the heart of everything we do at Dillard Academy, and we're determined to create an environment where they can thrive academically and personally. We're continually evaluating how to enhance learning experiences for our students and equip them with the tools they need to succeed. As our staff and students say every day at Dillard Academy, we positively provide a safe and quality education with high expectations so that we can excel and grow. In terms of renewal criteria, as has been noted, Dillard Academy is compliant in the areas of governance, operations, and financial standing. Therefore, the rest of our presentation will be focused on our academic outcomes, subgroup performance, and the innovative research-proven strategies we plan to continue to take to exit low performing. Dillard Academy has experienced, next slide, I'm sorry. Thank you. Dillard Academy has experienced consistent academic achievement by subgroup in comparison with those same subgroups in our local LEA. With an economically disadvantaged student population of 85% and Black subgroup of 90%, Dillard Academy is comparable with those subgroups in the local LEA. In fact, we have historically outperformed those subgroups overall in comparison. In 2022 and 2023 specifically, our Black students were comparable in math in 2024, and in EDS, our EDS students were comparable in reading in 2024. In 2022, Dillard Academy exceeded growth. In 23, we met growth, and in 24, Dillard Academy met growth in reading, and all but 2 classes met growth in math. God bless you. In identifying, next slide. In identifying how Dillard Academy can improve, we conducted a thorough needs assessment, and we identified that a population that is at risk with chronic absenteeism, a high mobility rate, as the main challenges we must overcome. Additionally, the recruitment and retention of quality teachers has been a challenge. With a school as small as ours, poor performance in 36% of our classes had a very negative effect on our school report card grade and low performing status. Next slide. With this information in tow, Dillard Academy has adopted these specific goals. The school will increase the North Carolina report card grade back to 45 by the end of 2025 and to 50% by 2026. We will increase the math, reading, and science scores by a minimum of 5 points across all grade levels each year. These goals provide a measuring stick for constant monitoring by our administration, our school board, and our leadership team. Next slide. To improve academic success, we have outlined several key strategies that we believe will make a difference in our students' lives. First, Dillard Academy focuses on a strong core academic program based on North Carolina standards with research-based instructional materials. We've extended our core time and the entire school day. We focused on identifying the unique needs of each student and tailoring our teaching methods to help them grow. So every student takes the iReady diagnostic at the beginning of the year, and K2 students take the M-Class diagnostic. We provide daily intervention and progress monitoring every day, and that's built into the school's whole master schedule. Based on the students' individual learning plans, Dillard Academy provides tutoring and no-cost after-school programming for our students who are in need. Administrators and instructional support staff tutor groups twice a week, and we're hiring more tutors. And we now administer interim assessments such as Progress Learning, Study Island, NAVI, and PROPL, which are research-based tools that we can use to make sure that we are monitoring as we go along. We monitor assessments and other weekly process data to make sure our students are growing at an appropriate rate throughout the year. And we aim to meet the students where they are academically and move them forward with confidence. Second, we know that great teachers make great schools. Dillard Academy uses innovative recruiting strategies to find quality teachers, including partnerships with the University of Mount Olive and East Carolina University. Their preparedness programs offering sign-on and performance bonuses when appropriate, hiring virtual and international teachers, participating and hosting our own job fairs. We have developed a robust annual pre-service training program through Vector Solutions to ensure our teachers are ready to hit the ground when school starts. And then we continue to support them throughout the year with professional development. We use the results from the Teaching Working Conditions Survey and our needs assessment to plan our weekly our 3 times per week PLCs. And we've contracted with consultants to provide ongoing training in instructional strategies, the science of reading, vocabulary, and classroom management this year. We've also added academic coaching for teachers who need support based on their students' academic progress data. These initiatives will ensure, and we also do walkthroughs constantly and provide that feedback to teachers immediately. And we believe that these incentives will ensure our teachers stay up to date with the current teaching methods and best practices, and that the school is monitoring our students' growth and making changes when necessary. We believe that parents in the community are essential partners in a child's education. And we create more opportunities for parents to be involved with their students' learning through our monthly parent chats, which our parents really love. Some of them are virtual, some of them are in person, but it gives us an opportunity to discuss with our parents what is happening with curriculum, what is happening with assessments, and it allows them to support their students both at school and at home. We've strengthened our partnerships with local organizations, fraternities, sororities, civic organizations, and local businesses and churches. And they support us by providing donations, career exploration activities, national observances, and even supplies for our students. For example, we're partnering with our local CDC to give our middle schoolers a chance to be certified as junior master gardeners during weekly workshops during their specials time, right in the normal school day. In today's world, technology plays a huge role in education, and not all students have an equal footing when it comes to access. But at Dillard Academy, we're committed to improving access to technology by using research-proven tools, resources, and devices. We provide one-on-one devices for students and staff and have new smart boards in every classroom, so that whether it's through updated technology, virtual learning platforms, we're preparing our students for success in the classroom, on the EOG, and in the future. We're enhancing our extracurricular and enrichment programs. Student engagement is paramount to student success. Enhancing our extracurricular programs gives them different avenues to be more engaged in the learning process. Our daily specials were specifically designed to give our students a well-rounded experience that fosters creativity, creative thinking, and leadership. This year's specials include sessions on college and career readiness, SEL, STEM, global studies, and Spanish, just to name a few. To engage our more athletic students, we partner with the city of Goldsboro to use their local gymnasium and fields for our middle school sports. Our students attend college fairs, career days. We participate in the county-wide career day, and we do career exploration at the local universities. This year, we brought in consultants for intense academic coaching and PD throughout the year. The challenges that we face today are different than the challenges that we faced 2 years ago. We understand our population. We do not exclude scholars. In fact, our fall semester book is Stephen Peters' Do You Know Me Well Enough to Teach Me? We provide breakfast, lunch, and snacks at no cost because we know that hungry children cannot learn. We provide transportation because we know that transportation is an issue for families in poverty. And we do not require our students to bring any supplies. We provide all of our supplies for our students so that they can all come to school on an equal footing. We adjust to provide the best care and educational environment possible at Dillard Academy. We've instituted an attendance team, and school administrators and instructional staff personally call the parent of every child with an unexcused absence every day, because we saw that absences were high last year and were a contributing factor to our low scores. And today, we have already seen a 30% reduction in attendance rate, or improvement in attendance rate. So we continue to focus on our mission and to excel. We ask for your continued support. We wholeheartedly believe that we have reestablished the groundwork for success, that we can continue to meet our goals, and that we can exit low performing. We humbly request a renewal so that we can continue to be a beacon of light, hope, and safety in our community that we've been known to be for the past 26 years, and that our parents and families depend on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's our time, board members, for questions or comments.
I have a question about absenteeism. When a student doesn't come to school, you call, correct? What happens if they continue to not come to school? What do you do?
That is a very good question. Thank you so much for asking it. We have updated our attendance requirements, and we've re-emphasized them because, during COVID, we were supposed to give everyone grace. And I believe we got a little too graceful. And so now we are re-emphasizing that those 20 days are required. We've always been sending out our 3-day and 6-day and 10-day letters. But now when we speak to the parents, we're able to say with teeth, your child may not be promoted. Attendance is mandatory in North Carolina.
So you just tell them they may not be or they won't be?
They will not be after the 20 days.
So you will now fail students if they don't show up for 20 days?
Yes, sir. We do have a process for grievance or for extenuating circumstances. We did put that in place, but yes, sir.
Before you move on, can you just give us the numbers? You said absenteeism has been reduced by 30%.
Yes.
Do you know what the prior rate was and what it is now at that improvement?
I looked at it by month because I didn't have it together. I can get back to you with that number. I remember it by month.
Okay.
I like your chats with the parents. Now, how often do you do it?
We do our chats once a month with the parents, and it's either virtual or in person. So it'll be in person like maybe 3 times this year.
Monthly, okay, thanks.
What's your current enrollment for 24-25?
Right now, we're at 249. We just lost a couple students to moving. Again, that transient population, parents trying to find jobs.
I've got another question regarding the absenteeism. Did you fail anybody last year for not being there?
We did not. We did. We did require a couple to go to summer school in order to.
Does everybody know that?
That they went to summer school?
Does everybody know that you're failing students?
Yes.
For not showing up?
Yes, that was one of our main points with our first parent meeting. And then again, whenever they're absent, we tell them. That's part of our personal conversation.
I'm going to extend on the comments I made from the last school, and this is really not a question, this is again for just the board. You all see the sheet that we're all looking at, and the school's been around since 1998.
6 years.
Right, and has had 3 5-year renewals, and everything since then has been a 3-year renewal. As they highlighted themselves, they were exceeding growth in 22, met growth in 23, didn't meet growth in 24. So their comparability was -3 in 22, -6 in 23, and -17 in 24. And Dave and I were, Mr. Machado and I were having a conversation that I just, throw out. I don't think we think about. Most of the times when these schools come to do presentations for a new charter, they'll bring up all the data from the school system in which the school's going to be built and say how poor of a job the school system's doing. And then they come back for the renewal and they're just as bad or worse. So again, I highlight that as we consider renewals for schools, especially those in the 3-year category, at some point in time, we really have got to ask ourselves a question. I think Bruce asked a great one to the group last time as to, are your students better off at your school or in the school system? And if it minus 17.3 comparability to the school system, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's hard to create a case where I can still feel good about allowing a school to continue to go 3, 6, 17, exceeded, met, not met. And, it's just, I don't know, I just bring that up. It's not a question it's not just to this school either, because I think we see that pattern and not just this school, but some others that are in that 3-year renewal category. But folks need to be thinking about that when they're putting applications in there. What are you really going to do that's different? And at what point in time do you ask yourselves, are we being effective or not?
And then like to piggyback before you jump in with that, just looking at your performance grade score history from Fs to Ds. And in your presentation, you listed some strategies to success. And I was really ready to see those and see you digging in. And what you've listed there are really good best practices. But what in your strategies to success is different than, or is deeper than, or is giving your students something more than has been done for the past 8 years?
This is our principal, Carol Battle.
Okay. Good morning. It is difficult when you come to a school that has been low performing and that you're attempting, to bring all the children proficient in North Carolina. At Dillard Academy, they did exceed growth and they did meet growth. And we looked at why we did not do it last year. One thing that we found during a comprehensive needs study was that our children did not have good vocabulary background. So this year, we put in a vocabulary lab that our students go to every day. And all our students in kindergarten through 8th grade study and have vocabulary growth. And it is doing very, very well because we track it. The next thing we did was look to see how can we bring these children up to where they're supposed to be so that we can get them proficient. And we put in the master calendar, an intervention period every day that we had not done before. We're using all the data from all the assessments. And the other thing is we brought in an academic coach to go in those classrooms to model for those teachers. We brought in a national consultant to show our teachers that it's a different way of teaching and using instructional strategies that work. We also brought in another consultant to work with us in the framework of our school, how we could better meet our academic needs. We expanded the school day. We protected the core. We're doing walkthroughs and we're doing those walkthroughs daily and we're giving that feedback to the children. But the one thing that we did that made the most impact that I think, we had to dismiss teachers that did not have good performance on the state assessment. And we did that. And we were able to bring back retired teachers and teachers who are passionate about working and improving things with children. And that is what we're doing different there. Now, they did not make it in math, but for a school that had exceeded growth and met growth, they can do it again. And I think what we're asking is to have a chance to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I would observe looking at the data, the subgroup data, for this school. It strikes me that this is really, I mean, obviously having to come back every 3 years is a problem. But over the last 3 years, it's really a problem in the 2023, 2024 period. If you look back at 2022, 2023, while they did not, their comparison score overall was -6, they actually exceeded the LEA in every single subgroup. In every subgroup, they exceeded. So I would, if I saw that generally, I would say this school is doing fine. If you look at 2022, 2023, it's not doing well in 2023, 2024. Something happened there. I don't know what it was that happened, but something's very different at that point in time. I would hope that you can get back to 2022, 2023 kind of performance. And better. Yeah, you obviously want to be better, but
Absolutely.
you gotta keep going the right way first.
I have a question about governance. Mrs. Baptiste, you were introduced as the interim ED. I actually thought the principal was not here till Mrs. Battle stepped forward. So what is your role currently and what will it be ongoing as an interim ED? How does that figure into overall governance?
Okay, so reporting directly to the board, making sure that we are a Title I school, so all of the federal programs, school nutrition, operations, school improvement as well, also the school improvement contact as well. That's mostly budgeting. Let's not forget budgeting and compliance, facilities.
Do you see yourself as temporary with the title or the label of interim?
No.
Is that to be determined?
No, it is to be determined. We're actually advertising because we want Dillard Academy to have the best applicant available.
Okay.
I have been doing the position, but
okay, and your board chair was unable to be here today.
James is out.
Unfortunately, and Miss Danielle didn't want to say this, but her mother, Mrs. Hilda Hicks, was our executive director, and she passed away in June. And
sorry.
We've had some extenuating circumstances at Dillard. And I think another thing when it comes to our students, we take a personal interest in students. And if you sit down with our students and sit down with our parents, you know you're not dealing with average all the time. We have some extenuating circumstances. We have parents who are homeless, like everyone else, but when you're a small school, you have students that are homeless and parents are coming in with 3 kids and they're all going different ways. And she's trying to make sure they stay in school. And I know you hear these stories all the time, but when you're dealing with a small school, it impacts the school a great deal. When it comes to promotion and non-promotion, when it comes to attendance, we're just not saying we don't promote students or we fail students. That only happens after we've done everything that we can to help that student to be successful. We eliminate any barriers that might have caused that student to fail. And if we can help that student, we do that. So we're not saying 20 days and you're out. We'll talk about very extenuating circumstances where every opportunity has been provided and families are choosing not to. So we say that because that is very important to us. That is the heart of the school, meeting the needs of an identified, not so much an identified population, but a population that we know exists. And we want to do that. And
thank you, Ms. James. You were commended in April when our team visited your site that I think as Ms. Battle mentioned, you had 6 teachers come out of retirement to help with instruction in the classroom. You have a 1-to-1 technology, you have smart boards, you have a 1-to-15 class ratio, you've improved your professional development. And then Ms. Baptiste, you offered the hot meals, transportation, school supplies, tutoring, and after school. You're putting these supports in place. You're clearly in action to make the difference that you can make. At the same time, I questioned the governance. I wondered if you've responded to the required actions that were in your site visit recommendations.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Okay.
We went through board training over the summer. We redid our bylaws, had our lawyer come in and work with us and do some training. We've gotten our bylaws updated and they are now with approved by the office, and now they're at the state level.
Very good. Are you still offering retention bonuses to teachers that you retain?
We are.
Okay.
We are.
And you're 74% certified teachers
Yes.
in the classroom? Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from board members?
Well, what's the percentage of military students or military families at your school?
We only have a few military families. We don't have a large percentage of military families.
And why would you say that? Why is that the case when you're right there at a military base?
Serving as a principal of a school in the eastern part of Goldsboro or Wayne County that have military students. Many of our military students go to the Eastern Wayne area, and they go to school there. And even though we offer the charter school, there are 2 other charter schools in the area that's closer to the base than we are. That's just it.
In Wayne County in particular, they have what is colloquially referred to as the base schools. And so right outside the base gate, there's Meadow Lane, there's Greenwood, and then
Eastern Wayne.
then they go right over to Eastern Wayne. And there's also a school on base now.
Yes.
As well.
And when do you plan to get preschool back, pre-K?
Actually, space was the issue with pre-K, and also because of the way that Wayne County divided the students up who came to our preschool, a lot of them were not able to come to Dillard Academy because they lived further out in the county, even though they were assigned to our school. And so it was not a benefit to the school. So in terms of having that kindergarten bump that you would want to have.
Hearing no other questions, thank you for your time today. We'll be making final decisions in early 2025. Thank you.
Okay, next we have United Community School, a K-8 school in Mecklenburg that first opened in 2014. They have consistently been performing at a D over the last 3 years and have met growth the last 3 years. They are on the continually low performing list and have not been comparable to CMS over the last 3 years. Their academic performance and comparability by subgroup is listed. The Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any compliance or financial concerns. You can see their enrollment has slightly increased over the last 3 years, and then their historical charter agreement since 2014. And at this time, I will invite United Community School to give you their renewal presentation.
Good afternoon. Good
How you doing?
morning.
Good morning.
It works.
Good morning. My name is Ken Hall. I'm the board chair at United Community School in Charlotte, North Carolina. Today, I'm joined by passionate board members, dedicated faculty, and staff. We're excited to present compelling data to support our request for our charter renewal. Our committed team will showcase how our academic outcomes not only match those of local schools, but have consistently exceeded growth projections. Furthermore, we pride ourselves on our strong compliance record and our financial audits, which have always been sound. We believe that with your support, we can continue to make a significant impact in our community. Next, I'll present Erica Hedgepeth, who will present our presentation for our school. Thank you.
Mr. Hall, good morning. My name is Erica Hedgepeth. I'm the executive director and co-founder of United Community School. United Community School is a school that grows our students. Every year since we opened, we have either met or exceeded overall academic growth. We are very proud of this, as there are schools with wealthier populations and more resources in our county, which is Mecklenburg County, that don't even meet growth. Unfortunately, North Carolina has a disproportionate formula for determining school performance grades. If our academic growth was weighed more heavily in the algorithm for performance grades, there is a good possibility that we would not be standing before you today. Last school year, United Community School exceeded growth in reading. In fact, we were just 1 point shy of having a C in reading. We had a 54 composite score and 55 would have been a C on the North Carolina report card. Also, compared to the local LEA, which is Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and the state of North Carolina, United Community School third grade students outperformed both the local district and the state. We had 84% of our third graders met the Read to Achieve initiative, compared to CMS with only 75% of their third graders and the state of North Carolina with 77%. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have a little bit more. I just wanted to say on the first slide, we are very proud of the work we're doing. Our staff works extremely hard, but like every school, we have our challenges, and those are highlighted in the next slide. Since the pandemic, we have seen a significant increase in teacher attrition, but between 2023 and 2024, we made some adjustments to our leadership structure. And that included adding 2 principals, an upper principal and a lower principal to our admin team. And that helped increase accountability of our teaching staff and improved our monitoring of instruction, curriculum, and data. We saw a 50% improved retention rate amongst our teachers. I am actually going to let our Director of Operations elaborate on the decrease in funding section.
Good morning, board. Thank you, Erica. Last year was our first year where we did not have a positive cash balance, a positive budget balance at the end of the year. But I wanted to highlight that 9 out of 10 years we have. And when discussing the budget at the last board meeting, we're on track to have another positive cash balance this year because we know how to do it. And I just wanted, in an effort to be transparent, explain what that was. So last year we spent quite a bit of money trying to acquire land. So there was a lot of money spent towards architectural rezoning. We got really close. And then there was an issue with the land that made it unavailable to us. It wouldn't work due to a little stream running through the middle of the property, which really wasn't a stream, but we spent a lot of money there. And we lost the ESSER funds, but we felt like we had the money in the bank to try to invest in keeping the positions that were helping our children out. So we actually decided to invest our money in the bank to keep in those positions. This year we did make some changes because we know we cannot do that, and it's very important. But in an effort to be transparent, we wanted to address that. Last year we did use a lot of our contingency funds to progress our school forward. We also had a pretty significant increase in EC funds, and so I wanted to let you all know that. Thank you. I'm sorry. And EC expenditures. Sorry.
Our families of special education students have been so pleased with our program. Thus, word of mouth has significantly increased our SPED population. Last school year, 20% of our students received special education services. This year, due to some improvements with our MTSS program, we were able to reduce that number to 18%. However, we still saw almost a double percentage increase in our population of students with severe cognitive disabilities, which are on extended content standards. About 1 out of every 5 students at United Community School has an individual education plan and is well below grade level, but are still expected to take and pass the same end of grade assessments as their general education peers. And lastly, on this slide, we are a Title I school. 51% of our students last year caused us to accept Title I funds. So we have a high population of economically disadvantaged students.
And that brings several challenges that we battle throughout the year. The biggest challenge being that many of our students don't have the same home resources that set up their peers for success. But at United Community School, we're constantly doing all we can to meet those needs and fill those gaps. Next slide. Despite the challenges that our school has faced, we have managed to experience successes that we touched on, but want to reiterate. Not only have we at least met overall academic growth each year, some years we did exceed overall academic growth. Before the pandemic, we moved up a letter grade, securing a C, and we also won state recognition for being in the top 10% of North Carolina public schools for our growth. And if you haven't caught on, growing students is our thing. We spread teaching partners, which is what we call teacher assistants, throughout classes in each grade level. We implement MTSS interventions. We track student data on iReady, curriculum unit assessments, state assessments, all for the sole purpose of meeting our students where they are and growing them. Last school year, we experimented with departmentalizing our third grade classes. We saw a 75% increase in third graders passing their EOG assessments. So we now departmentalize our first through eighth grade classes in hopes that we'll experience that same success this school year. We also saw more growth on iReady diagnostic assessments since we began implementing departmentalization across more grade levels. United Community School is located in the university area of Charlotte in Mecklenburg County. The neighboring schools within a 5-mile radius reflect similar demographics to ours. So the school listed on this chart are in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District and are local to United Community School. As you can see from the chart, in 2 of the past 3 years, UCS has outperformed the average performance grade of these schools by 5.5 to 6.5 points. Although we were initially compared to the entire Charlotte-Mecklenburg district, it's only fair to compare us to schools that reflect students like ours with the same needs and the same diversity. When you compare our school of over 50% economically disadvantaged students and almost 20% students with disabilities against schools in wealthier areas of Mecklenburg County with populations that have many more resources and services at their disposal, of course we will be outperformed every time. According to the renewal guidelines for a 7-year renewal, a school must have no significant compliance issues for the last 2 years. United Community School checks that box. We should have financially sound audits the last 2 years. United Community School checked that box as well with our last 10 audits. Our academic outcomes are comparable to the local LEA, as seen in the chart, at least 2 out of 3 years, or have exceeded growth in the last 2 of 3 years. So we check that. And this chart just shows that UCS has outperformed local LEA schools within a 5-mile radius by an average of 6 points in the last 2 school years. So we would ask you all to take this into consideration when trying to determine if our academic outcomes are comparable to the local LEA. If you do, by the renewal guidelines, we would qualify for a 7-year charter renewal. Last slide. So lastly, I just want to show you how our subgroups are trending. As you can see, every subgroup here in the 2022-23 school year increased in proficiency, some up to 5 times in 1 school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members?
Are you in a new location? Is that what I heard, that you bought property, or where are you in that process?
We are still in the same location. This is our 2nd location. The first 2 years, we were about 6 miles away in East Charlotte, and now we moved right across the street from UNC Charlotte. So we're in the university area since 2016. We were trying to secure properties. So that's what Mr. Hedgepeth was referring to with the expenses.
So you spent money exploring. How much?
Yes.
It's probably somewhere around 80,000, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think everybody at this table that's a school leader has experienced the ESSER cliff. And I am a little concerned that you didn't make the personnel adjustments at that time, but you chose not to eliminate anybody. But since then, you have cut back your force a little bit. Okay. I know it's a very difficult decision when you talk about people, but yeah.
A couple of
Excuse my ignorance, but departmentalization, what does that mean? What are you doing there?
So last year when we did it, the 2 3rd grade teachers, normally they teach all of the subjects, and they actually came to our principals and asked if they could specialize and teach just reading or just math and teach each other's classes. And so based on assessment data, the 2 classes were split up by academic level. And so there was like a purple group and a blue group. Those are our colors. Go Swarm. So the purple group would be like the higher performing students. And so when they switched to that class, then they would do work that's more on par with their similarly abled peers. And then there was like a lower group. And so it was just a little bit easier for teachers to differentiate.
I have a question about the data, and maybe office can answer this as well. I saw the data you presented, but the data we have in front of you, you are not comparable for the last 3 years to the local LEA. You've heard us discuss different varying opinions about that, but for the last 3 years, you're not comparable. So you do not qualify for 7 years. You're also listed as low performing, which also is not only a requirement for 7 years, but also doesn't meet the 5-year requirement. So I guess am I reading that wrong?
No, it looks like the data that they provided for comparison was their performance grade score. And then in the guidelines, we use the composite score. So the percent of students that are performing at a 3 or above across all tests offered compared to the district. So those are just different numbers that they're compared.
I asked this question of everyone here, but board minutes, transparency of the board and their deliberations. The last minutes seem to be from March of this year. Can someone explain that?
That's on me. I do have the board minutes. I just have not put them up, and that's on me. There's no excuse for that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
There's no excuse. Thank you.
good answer.
So I want to acknowledge first, you're being creative with departmentalization. And I look forward to seeing how that goes. That's a bold move to do that 1st through 8th, but you're being innovative and I appreciate that. I can also see why you made a decision to hang on to an EL teacher with the ESSER funding cliff. That subgroup looks like you were making strides in comparison there. So of course you have to be, stewards of and not risk more than you have, but I can understand that decision. What is your population of EL students?
I have the data. So we have, this year we have 28% of our students are English learners.
And then switching over to EC, I heard you say that you had 1 year 20% EC students, and then through your MTSS structure, then had 18. Does that mean you are referring less exiting students, or is that a trend in enrollment?
It's actually both, but less students were identified by going through the tiers of the MTSS process. But we also had some attrition from some students. Some graduated and some just transferred out.
I'm gonna be a cheerleader, so you guys are like Matt. That's great, right? So, and you're getting close to exceeding in a couple. So, the other thing I would say is you are so close to being off the low performing. The goal for me right now, if I was you, sitting in your seat would be to get to that C level and get off this list and not worry about that asking for a 5 or a 7, earn it, right? So I think you're that close to it. I applaud you for the effort that you've made to be able to meet growth and comparability data. We can bounce that stuff all over again. I think Mr. Quigley mentioned earlier that I don't even know if comparing the LEA to a charter school is really even that significant or meaningful. I think the most important thing is you're so close to that C, go get it, right? I mean, you're trying, but keep it up. I mean, keep doing the things you're doing, and hopefully you'll get to that. And next time we see you, we won't have to worry about that, right?
100% agreed. Thank you.
Other thoughts or questions?
I will acknowledge that you also had a site visit, and that occurred in February. And so there were 4 required items that our team submitted. One of those is marked complete. Do you know the status of the other 3?
I don't have those pulled up. Do you?
It was required that you update the link for the NC report card on your website. Was missing.
We did that.
That you monitor your percentage of teacher licensure, which is a question I had. What is your percent of certified teachers in the classroom?
So we had 5 out of 14 that were licensed last year. I didn't have that available at the site visit.
Are you, when you're taking action to make strides in that?
Yes.
Can you define briefly
So
what you're doing to address that?
something that we did implement last year was a teacher licensure incentive, and that helped attract more people because it was a 10% supplement on top of their state salary that we provide. It also had a few more staff members to apply for the residency licensure program. So several staff members were in the Teachers of Tomorrow program to obtain licensure. And then a couple did do emergency licensure just to get that. So unfortunately, if they didn't roll over into a teacher residency program, then they did not renew that for this school year.
You were commended for your partnership with UNC Charlotte. Is that continuing?
Absolutely.
Also, I noted that administration, I assume that might be you, we're doing some model lessons in classrooms. Are you seeing results from that?
That's my amazing team right here, my K-3 principal and our 4-8 principal. So, yep.
Well, very good. And finally, there was a recommendation to take a close look at the board, maybe get some financial training for a board member or more. Is anything happening there?
Yes. Right after the site visit, our attorney immediately started providing board trainings at the meetings.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And test scores have been updated. I'm looking at them right now.
Yes.
Thank you for coming in this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you
Keep
for
up the
having
work,
us.
And again, we'll make a decision in early 2025.
Thank you so much. All right, just a quick note, we're looking at their site visit feedback. Dr. Hare, when you see that it's been completed, typically it's because it was recommended during the site visit, but it was completed before we even sent our feedback to them. So where you saw it said completed, they did it before we even sent our written feedback to them. So if you see that in any other future notes. All right, next is Wilmington Preparatory Academy. They are a K-8 school in New Hanover County, first opened in 2007. They have consistently met growth the last 3 years. And last year we're at a D, 22-23 we're at an F, and 21-22 a D. They are on the continually low performing list and have not been comparable to the local LEA in the last 3 years. Their subgroup comparability is also listed. We are not aware of any current significant compliance or financial concerns at the school, and also have their student enrollment listed. And then you can see their historical charter agreement since 2007.
Lastly, Wilmington Preparatory Academy submitted the additional information to note that they serve a student population that comprises primarily of economically disadvantaged students, and they've provided the enrollment percentages in the school's improvement plan in those in that additional information. At this time, I will invite Wilmington Prep to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning. Just a reminder, about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll move into questions.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mrs. Valerie Galloway. I am the board chair, and with me, I have Mr. Kevin Johnson, who is our principal, and Mrs. Mary Rusher, our business finance manager. And the rest of the board did want to come, but because of extenuating circumstances, they were not. And we are thankful for the opportunity to share with you who we are as a school, our achievements over the years, but more importantly, our plan for continued school improvement and overall school growth. Wilmington Prep is a K-8 public charter school nestled in Wilmington, North Carolina, and approximately 79% of the students who attended Wilmington Preparatory Academy are economically disadvantaged. And according to NCDPI April EDS all years data, our schools currently serves 34% higher EDS when compared to New Hanover County schools, which is the county that we reside in. Yet for the last 8 years, we have met or exceeded our expected growth, with the exception of 1 year. Furthermore, for the past 5 years, approximately 35% of our 8th graders have been accepted into early college. This is a testament to the hard work that our teachers continue to do. And nevertheless, we are cognizant that our overall academic outcomes are not comparable to the local school administrative unit, and there is much work for us to do. So today we want to highlight some of the measures that we have taken to ensure that we continue to close this achievement gap. Our school principal, Mr. Johnson, will walk us through those steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Johnson. I'm the school principal at Wilmington Preparatory Academy. I've been serving in that capacity for the past 14 years. Today, I want to focus primarily on our academic outcomes, since there are no significant compliant issues, and we have had financially sound audits for the past 3 years. Could we go to the next slide, please? As outlined here in the first table, for the past 3 years, our schools have not been comparable to New Hanover County schools. In the 21-22 school years, we were 20.9% below. In the 22-23 school year, we were 34% below. And in the last school year, we were 20.8% below. However, I want to point out that although we underperform as it relates to being comparable to the local school administrative unit, we have met our growth in all 3 years. And if we look closely at our growth index, in 2 of those years, we were really close to exceed our growth, especially in the 22-23 school year, where our growth index was 1.98. If that was 2, we would have exceeded our growth. Nevertheless, as an institution, we believe that comparing our school to an entire school district is not the best representation of our academic performance, since we serve an economically disadvantaged student population of approximately 79%. Therefore, we believe a more accurate comparison would be to look at our EDS subgroup and compare that to the local school unit, administrative unit. And that is what the second table shows us. And as shown here, for the past 3 years, Wilmington Prep have been comparable to New Hanover County Schools in that subgroup. And we had met or exceed our growth in all 3 years. Now, what this is saying is that we are not just growing our students, but we continue to grow those students. And if we move on to the next slide, when we compare our schools to nearby schools that serve a similar economically disadvantaged population, it shows that Wilmington Prep have a higher grade level proficiency than all of those schools. And our growth index is higher than all of those schools except for one. What this table demonstrates is that we're not only comparable to schools that serve a similar EDS population, we're actually outperforming those schools. Now, are we proud of the progress that we're making towards our goals? Of course we are. But are we satisfied? By no means. Our goal is not just to be comparable or to outperform schools with a similar economically disadvantaged population. Our goal is to ensure that we're closing the gap with the county and that our students continue to meet or exceed growth in each year. The question then is, how do we do that? Well, we have created and implemented a strategic plan. Could we move on, please? Our 24-25 strategic plan, we have a broad goal, and that is to improve the academic performance of all students by achieving a school performance score of at least 55% and meet or exceed growth as measured by EVAS. Then we have further broken down that broad goal into 3 specific goals: an academic goal, a professional development goal, and a governance goal. Our academic goal, students at Wilmington Prep will show at least 15% growth in reading and math scores measured by North Carolina end of grade assessments. 15% might seem like a high number, but when we compare to where we were the previous school year, we had grown 9%, and the strategies that we plan to implement, we are confident that this is attainable. Our professional goal, Wilmington Prep, will provide effective research-based professional development, not just for our teaching staff, but for school administrators as well. And finally, our governance goal, the board of directors will monitor and evaluate the academic process throughout the entire 24-25 school year. I'll now elaborate on some of the action steps that we will take to ensure that we're meeting these goals. Next slide, please. I'll begin with our academic actions. As a charter school that operates on the year-round schedule, it offers us the opportunity to offer our students out-of-school tutoring during our intersession breaks. In the past, we have been offering tutoring for just 8 days. We're going to bump that up a little bit to 10 days per intersession break. In addition to that, we will be incorporating test-taking strategies across all content areas. We believe that not just the areas that are the subject that the kids are actually tested in, we believe that students should be exposed to test-taking strategies as early as the 2nd grade. Our data team will disaggregate all available data, whether it's the EOGs, NC check-ins, M-class, teacher-made tests, whatever it is. Our data team will ensure that we meet and disaggregate those data and use it to inform our instruction. We will also align our pacing guide to NC Check-ins 2.0. Since that is the benchmark that we use, we feel that it's necessary to align our pacing guides to ensure that our students are tested on standards that was actually taught. And finally, we will use those benchmark results to inform our instruction. In terms of professional development, at the beginning of the school year, within the first 9 weeks, we will ensure that we survey all staff members for professional development needs, and we will offer professional development based on those results. We will also we will also ensure that all 8th through 3rd grade math teachers participate in specially designed math training and conferences. And the reason for this is that when we look at our data, we realize that over the years, our math scores are significantly lower than our reading scores. So this is a step that we take to ensure that we can raise those math scores. And we will continue to select and train teachers for leadership roles. Next slide, please. And finally, our governance goal. First and foremost, the Board of Directors will approve our 24-25 strategic plan, and then their already appointed Academic Performance Committee will monitor the school's academic performance and report to the Board of Directors at their monthly meeting. As opposed to just wait until the end of the school year to conduct the principal summative evaluation, the Board of Directors will conduct a mid-year comprehensive school principal evaluation. They will also request quarterly academic reports from the school principal. And periodically, they will review and disaggregate all school data, including NC check-ins, iReady, M-Class, and you name it. And finally, there's a need that we feel is important for our board members to participate in ongoing governance training. These are just few measures that we have taken to ensure that we're closing the achievement gap. With the successful implementation of this plan, we are confident that our students will experience high academic growth. At Wilmington Prep, we are pleased that we are making progress towards our goal, but we're also cognizant that there is room for much improvement. We are working our strategic plan, and it is our hope that the Charter School Review Board will grant us at least a 5-year term for our charter agreement, as this will instill confidence in our stakeholders that we are on the right trajectory. I'll turn it over to our board chair. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you wrap up rather quickly, please.
Just wanted to give some answers to the question, why 5 years, not 3? We have no known significant compliance issues. We have had financial sound audits for the past 3 years. We are doing an extremely great job with the students that come to us. That is based on where they are academically when they come and how they leave. We have a high early college acceptance rate, one of the highest for charter schools in our county. And for the past 8 years, we have met or exceeded our growth with the exception of 1 year. And in the past 3 years, we have been recognized in the top 50% growth in the state. So we have a proven strategic plan that is yielding the desired results. And finally, granting us a 5-year renewal will instill confidence in our teaching staff that hard work pays off and that we are moving in the right direction. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Board members.
Yeah, so I think it's important for schools to advocate for themselves, obviously. We have these guidelines that we follow and they're clear to everyone as they come in and are prepared for these presentations. And I mean, not to sound crass or anything like that, but I mean, the targets are there, they're attainable, and I think they should be strived for. Work to earn the placement that you want, and I think that you'll be satisfied with that. Because I look at this school's history. In 2007, it received a 10-year renewal. So at one point in time, this school was, in that category to earn a 10-year. And then since then, there's been a 3-year, a 5-year, and a 3-year. So I guess a question to the school is there been something to happen since 2007 when you earn that 10-year renewal that would cause the 3-year, 5-year, 3-year pattern for renewal recommendation?
John, when did they open? Did they open in 2007? And they were originally given a 10.
Okay, so the original is 10.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I was thinking maybe they were been open before that and they'd earned a 10.
Right, yeah. I think their original.
Okay, I misread that. Yeah. So it's a 3-year, 5-year, 3-year. Okay, well. I guess again, that's just a comment. That's not a question then, is that, I mean, I think schools that are coming in with a 3-year recommendation, that it's clear in the guidelines that we share every year and are posted for them to see that hit the target, get the recommendation.
I have a question. Just looking at your subgroup comparability, it appears that your school is overwhelmingly Black, because there are several years in which you don't have enough of the other races. What percentage of your students are Black?
For the past school year, we have approximately 75% Black.
And so in that subgroup, you're exceeding the LEA in 2 of the last 3 years.
That's correct.
For comparability. I would just mention there's another school in Wilmington that in their mission statement, they actually identify serving the Black community as part of their mission, and I think they're held to a different standard. Are they not? That's a question for the board. Here, if that is your mission to serve a particular community, isn't that how you're evaluated?
So I think that what you're referring to is when it says other things that we can consider, is that if either in their charter or in their self-study, they identify themselves as serving a particular subgroup, then we can take that into account.
So I guess my question is, if they were to change their charter to self-identify as wanting to serve the group that they're serving,
but
would that change how we evaluated them?
I don't believe that is true, Dr. Danielson. I think that unless they were trying from the beginning designating themselves as an alternative school, which is they're not, that the standards by which we're evaluating schools for renewal are not really impacted by the fact that
by the mission
or now we can drill into subgroup data, and that might be a reason to suggest, hey, maybe they should be 5 instead of 3 or 7 instead of 5, but there's not a separate rubric for a school serving a high minority population or a high economic.
Okay, and my recollections were unclear. I just remember that there was a school that actually had in their charter, I guess, maybe it's in their application, that serving a particular neighborhood, and that was overwhelmingly African American. And the conversation, this has been a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago.
I believe you can take that into consideration.
That we can take it into consideration in a way that you otherwise would not. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would be really concerned if a school opened up with one charter, found out they're attracting a particular population, and then wanted to change their charter just so their data looks better. There's leaders at this table that have the same type population that are doing extremely well. I understand how difficult it is with that population. I hate to say this, but that's all we've heard is this morning is almost blaming your population. When this school asks for, or not just your school, but when these schools ask for an application, I guarantee you they said, we will do better, or the LEA is low performing. So this is why we want a charter. And now when we come to renewals, we're hearing, oh, this is our population, it's difficult. And I understand that. I got schools with this same type of population. I totally understand that. Let's look at how we can move these students, and let's stop blaming our demographics. I do have a few questions though. How many students do you have right now?
We have 102.
Okay, 102 K through 8. Again, that's a small group. These guys, that's almost tutoring sessions. You should be able to move. I appreciate the work that you're doing. School that's been around since 2007 now is just going to put in some of these actions. I'm thinking, where have we been this whole time? Again, let's move these kids and not blame our demographics.
I understand.
If I could just build on that, Dave. I think we keep hearing this, and again, let's look at the data. Met growth. A lot of these schools do not meet growth. In the case with Wilmington Prep, meeting growth. So meeting growth means students come in behind and are leaving, remain behind because they're making a year's worth of growth. In schools that draw in students that are lower performing, they have to exceed growth in order to move students eventually onto an absolute scale of proficiency. So the argument that, in fact, the argument, it is, you can make a very strong case that it's easier to exceed growth when you bring in students that are behind. And we talk about that in my context all the time. We say, okay, we added a 6th grade class of students. We know that on average, students that have not been at my school come in 20 to 30 points behind based on our data analysis. And we're like, oh, well, upside is we'll exceed growth because they have so much room to grow. And that's why, again, to your point, this is possible. My school has exceeded growth every single year since I got there. That's 5 consecutive years that we've had state data, and I guarantee we would have done it even if I wanted them to give us the test before we remotely during COVID year. So it is possible for all of these schools to be exceeding growth. And if they did, they would be immediately off the low performing list. So also, I just want to ask the question, is, to your point, Dave, basically equaling the performance of a district at the surrounding low performing schools, is that the standard that we're holding ourselves to? Is that what we're doing when we think about the renewal of schools? And there's a reason the schools cannot hit their enrollment targets. It's because parents vote with their feet and they know. And so I just want to urge us again and again. And I do feel like there is this, oh, our students are low performing there for, but we're doing slightly better. We're equaling the performance of the surrounding schools. Really, we know the state board cares more about growth. And growth is the more kind of, frankly, if schools are exceeding growth each year, we know that they are going to eventually close the proficiency gap. And it's possible. Look at Rise this year.
Thank you, Alex. Other questions or comments? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with anything that my fellow board members have stated. And I think these schools know who their target population is likely to be when they ask for the charter in the first place. When you put a school in a certain community, what you're likely to, why you're going there and who you're likely to serve. And then to come back and be 20, 30, 20 points below the district and say, well, it's because we're serving a tough population. Well, that was the purpose of your charter in the first place, was to serve a tough population, that the surrounding schools were not meeting the needs of those families and those students.
Can I say something?
Not yet, unless there's a question. Other comments or anyone else on the? Go ahead, Dr. Fuller.
I just want to point out something I've heard and I noticed in the academic actions, and cross-referencing those with the teacher working condition survey and knowing your population. Just a word of caution about over-testing, over-test prepping, really driving the target towards test results. Just a word of caution, school leaders fall into that trap really easily when we're held to those standards. But hearing a couple of things and seeing on the working condition survey that only 60% of your staff believe that there are school programs and resources adequate enough to support. And then hearing that with test taking strategies, more benchmark assessments, knowing all of those things are important, but also a reminder that data don't drive, right? Data is an indicator. It is an important metric. It cannot do the work. And so just what's not a question as much as an observation, and something I would just caution as you're trying to hit that next mark.
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to reiterate that Kevin Johnson pointed out that they have met or exceeded growth for the past 8 years, except for 1 year. So if what Alex says is true, they should be gradually closing that gap. They haven't exceeded every year, but they have met or exceeded for 7 of the past 8. I wanted to ask Mr. Johnson, he's doing extended day and extended year, and if you can very just briefly state, how is that different from standard day, standard year? What do you do in extended day? Very briefly.
It's just we operate on the year-round schedule, and as such, we have 2 weeks of intersection breaks as opposed to 3 weeks.
So you're year-round?
Yes.
Okay. And the extended day is just a longer day with
Just a longer day. Just a longer day.
Okay. You were commended for your safety procedures at your school and for your one-to-one technology, as well as some other items. But you had 5 actions that were requested by our site visit. Do you know if those actions have been addressed?
Yes, they have all been.
Okay. So I checked on your website and the link does not take me to the NC report card. Could you check on that later when you go back, so that parents should have easy access to the NC report card on your school? It wasn't active today.
I'll check on it.
If you would, just check on that. Yeah. I did want to ask attendance. I don't know if you mentioned attendance. How is that with your students?
Currently, we're not facing any significant issues.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, we're not making decisions today. We'll be making renewal votes in early 2025. So thank you for coming to Raleigh this morning.
Thank you.
And we have Wilmington School of the Arts next. They are a K-7 school, approved K-8 school in New Hanover County Schools. And they first opened in 2020. This past year, they exceeded growth and performed at a C. The previous 2 years, they were at an F, and in 21-22 met growth, 22-23 did not meet growth. They are on the continually low performing list this year. And you can see their subgroup comparability listed below. Their enrollment has slowly increased over the last 3 years. And looking at their charter agreements, this will be their first renewal as they first open. So I will welcome Wilmington School of the Arts to give you their presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. We'd like to take just a minute to introduce ourselves, and we have a lot of people watching online today as well. I'm Al O'Brien. I'm the executive director. It's nice to see all of you folks today. We have our board chair, Dustin Richardson, with us. We have our board vice chair, Leanna Hunter, with us, and then our financial board person, Katie Fox, is with us. We also have board members that are listening to the call, and our principal is also on the call. She would like to be here, but somebody has to. It's a school day, so she's with the schools, and we're thankful for all that she does for us. She's an amazing leader, educational leader. Okay, so we're just going to start off with just a little bit about Wilmington School of the Arts. We are in year 5, as you guys just heard. We're K-7. We hope to be K-8 in the next year or 2. We utilize a weighted lottery. So if a student is educationally disadvantaged, they have a weighted chance of being enrolled in our school. We have 66 EC students, 7 referrals pending. So about 24 to 25% of our population is EC. And with that, we have 8 students who are identified in that EC population that have a one-on-one with them. Our EC department is our largest department. We have 4 teachers and 5 teacher assistants. And we also participate in the National School Lunch Program, National School Breakfast Program. That is currently at about 47%. When we turn these slides in, we expect that number to grow as we go throughout the year. We offer transportation to students that attend from 4 different counties, although most of our students do come from New Hanover County. We have shown steady enrollment growth over the past few years. Our current enrollment is right at a little bit less than 300. I think we're at 298 at the end of last month. We successfully added a second campus last year due to growth that's within a mile of our current campus. So we're now existing on 2 campuses. And we take pride in the fact that we provide an arts integrated experience for all of our students at Wilmington School of the Arts. Next slide, please. Just a quick slide. I know that you guys have just seen this really, but this is some comparability to New Hanover County. And you can see in the early years, we struggled a little bit, but we're very proud of our data from last year. I've got us at within 5 points of the district. I think you guys have us at 5.6. Okay, so I guess we're going to split a hair there, but we have made tremendous progress in that area. But we're pretty close to the district now. We actually outperformed the district in some of our educationally disadvantaged areas. So we outperformed the district in EC. We outperformed the district in EDS. And again, when I say outperform, I mean in last year. I know that we didn't outperform them for 3 years. I'm simply pointing out that in our last year with our data, we did outperform the district. So making great progress. Next slide. Here's some just additional, to me, highlights from our past year. Our school performance grade progressed from an F to a C. That's a 32-point increase in performance grade. This was tied for the 3rd highest performance grade increase in the state this past year. So I think that's significant. We exceeded growth expectations as a school in 23-24. All of our subgroups met their targets in 23-24. We were one of 17 schools to exceed growth in New Hanover County, and we were one of only 2 charter schools in the county to exceed growth. WSA has moved into the top 50% of school districts in North Carolina, and we were recently recognized by the Office of Charter Schools for being in the top 50% of growth in 23-24. In comparison with the district, again, we feel like in the last year we were comparable with the district. We outperformed in EDS and in EC, and we also outperformed the state in 3rd grade reading last year. While there are different EVAS business rules for schools versus teachers, we've only had 1 teacher in our time since we've been pulling in EVAS group, only 1 teacher that did not meet growth. So all of our teachers have historically met growth or exceeded growth every year. And if you look at the slides in EVAS, you can see that we well outperform the state with teacher growth in that area. Next slide, please. This is from a different site, but this is zip code comparability. So our zip code is 28403. And this is where we sit with all of the schools that are in the district in this particular zip code. So these are the schools that are right around us. We also outperformed probably 15 other schools in the district, but we just went with the zip code comparability. You can see that we're firmly sitting in the 2nd place. And then if you also look closely at that data, you can see that we have a little green arrow indicating that we moved up 766 spaces last year, while every other school in the district went down. Excuse me, not every other school in that zip code went down. So we feel like that is significant as well. Next slide, please. So, I mean, if I were you, I would be sitting here thinking, wow, they had a really great year. How did they do this, right? What happened? Well, we feel like our biggest gain was in 3rd grade. Those 3rd graders have been with us for 4 years. They started with us. So they've been with us. And we talk a lot about alignment. Okay, we talk about at the end of kindergarten, these kids got to be ready for 1st grade. At the end of 1st grade, they got to be ready for 2nd grade. From grades 4 down, we have at least 2 classes. So we want to make sure that in the PLCs that they're all using the same things, that they're adhering to our curriculums, that the state gives us a roadmap, standard course of study, that we are teaching the standard course of study, that we're making sure that we're preparing our kids for that next grade level. It's our expectation that our kids are prepared from kindergarten to first, first to second, second to third, and on up to make sure that our kids are ready for the next grade level. And we feel like the biggest reason of our jump was that third grade group last year has been with us for 4 years. Keep in mind, we're a small school. So if you look at our fifth and sixth grade data, and last year our fourth grade data, those were probably less than half of our data points. Most of our data points last year are coming from third grade. And we feel like that we've really done a great job with those kids. And I think that speaks volumes. So I'm spending a little bit more time on that one bullet point because we feel like we've done a great job at the kids that have been with us the whole time. The other thing is we've had good hires. We have found success with young teachers, but we've also found success with retirees. We've hired several retirees in the past 2 years, and they bring in just a wealth of experience. And the fact that we can combine them with our younger teachers and then the teachers that have stuck with us throughout this, we have a very low turnover rate, and we feel like that has helped us to outperform EVOS. We take a proactive approach. Again, we talk about classroom alignment. We want to make sure that whatever's going on in this kindergarten class is the same thing that's going on in that kindergarten class. Same thing with first and second. We want to make sure that in PLCs, we're talking about the same things and adhering to our curriculums. We want to make sure that we're doing those things with fidelity. We do intentional PD. So we use a phonics-based reading program, Foundations. We've had the same trainer for the last 2 or 3 years. As you know, you give PD to teachers. If it's not followed up on, if they don't get to see it again and again, well, then they may not, operate with fidelity. They may not use it. So we make sure that we're having that same training every year with the same trainer if we can, as long as we can get them in to make sure that we are leaning into it and versus just doing it and then not seeing any benefit from it. After learning we were a continually low performing school, we started paying attention. I'll be honest with you, we've learned a lot from you folks. I was on pretty much every call last year. I listened to the different things that you guys were saying. And so we learned from you guys. And I'll be honest with you, I think that listening to these meetings helped us to understand that, hey, this is not a given, right? We're not promised anything. We have to be approved for our next charter. And I think that was an eye-opener for a lot of our folks. I don't think that they really realized that. So we utilized your meetings. I'll be honest with you. We know that some schools last year did not get renewed. We took that to heart. We looked at their data. We looked at our data. And we said, look, this is for real. This is something that we have to do better at. And our folks responded. So thank you, because we learned from you folks. We also make sure that we do targeted hiring. So if we see something that's not going well, we definitely try to lean in and to see if we can do something different. We did that with tutoring. We also made a last quarter hire. We did a pre-mortem with our teachers. And we had one grade level that said, hey, we're really struggling with this. Is there anything we can do? And we made a last quarter hire, a part-time hire to support them, because we knew that those second grade students were an investment in our third grade in the next year coming up. So we try to be very intentional with our hiring, and we try to make sure that we are moving in the right direction all of the time. I'm not going to address the last bullet because I've heard enough of what you guys have said today. I hope you guys will make a decision. But we're hoping for more, but we're happy to be here today. So the last slide, the very last slide, this is what our stakeholders are saying, right? We wanted to make sure that our families, our students, our teachers had an opportunity to say something. And so this is a word cloud based on the one word or the phrase that they could send us. As you can see, we're trending, our enrollment is trending. We have a waiting list every year. We have people that want to be with us. And guys, this is with minimal advertising. We are word of mouth. We put a few signs out in front of the school, put some stuff on our social media. I think we advertise in one magazine. Everything else is word of mouth, guys. So the community is coming to us, and we're excited about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can assure you we will make a decision. Not today, but we will make a decision.
I'm going to give you a gold star, though, for saying that you've heard what the expectations are. And a lot of times folks will come up that want a larger renewal than 3 years, so they can say, we want to build confidence in our staff and our community. You keep posting numbers like that, and you won't have to worry about that. You know what I mean? And so I'd love to come study what happened to go from a 30 to a 62. And just like Mr. Machado has been saying, small numbers afford you the opportunity to do some really special things in classrooms that, larger schools can't do. And it seems like you guys have captured that. Congratulations, exceeded growth, 30-point gain. I mean, that's incredible. Let's keep that momentum, and hopefully pretty soon we'll be looking at a B school. And next time you come back, the renewal process will be a whole lot different for y'all.
Yeah, our school improvement plan actually has us, striving to be a 70 next, in the end. So that's what we're hoping.
And with the kinds of things I heard you say today, I don't doubt that that's going to happen, right? And so I appreciate your effort of the board and anybody from the school that might be listening. I as a school leader, I appreciate to see these kinds of things happening in schools. This is what we expect, and we appreciate it.
I'd like to say one more thing. I really want to give a shout out to our staff and our teachers and our principal, because I know they're listening today, and they're the ones that have done the work. They're in the trenches every day, right? I'm just the guy that gets to come up here and show you all of this data, right? But they have done tremendous work, and we're extremely proud of them.
It sounds to me as though the management team at your school doesn't wait around until next year to fix a problem that they identify today. It sounds as though when you see an issue, you guys have immediately attempted to address it so that it didn't become a bigger issue later on.
So our principal last year, Caitlin Baden, and I, we often said, what is not on the table? What can we still put on the table that's going to give us some benefit, that's going to help our kids? So that was one of the things that let's not leave anything off the table. If there's something we can do right now to help, let's do that right now. So thank you for saying that. That is true.
Al, how long have you and your leadership team been in place?
I'm starting my third year there. So I started August of 22 after being retired one day.
I want to congratulate you on your school's progress. Going from an F to a C is outstanding. Just a couple questions. You have two campuses now, two locations. Are they segmented where you got K2 in one building and you got, what was the configuration of your grades in each building?
Yes, sir. We have K3 in the original location, and then we have 4-7 in our new location. And both of our facilities are rented. So we'd love to have a 4-over home at some point in time, but we're working towards that. So
I know when you first got your charter, you got off to a little bit of a rough start, but you're doing a great job. Can you explain the relationship between you as an executive director and the principal?
Well, we do a little bit of everything. There's nothing at the school that we don't do, in all honesty. So, and I literally mean that. We drive buses. I drive a shuttle 3 times a week to get kids from one campus to the other campus. We do a little bit of everything. The principal does the same thing. So I act as the liaison basically between the board and the principal. But our board is very accessible. We have board members on campus every day. So they're very plugged in. They're very aware of the things that are going on in our school. So really I act as that liaison between the board and the school leadership. But one of us, we're always on campus. I'm on one of the campuses every day. So.
Other questions or comments?
I have a question. So the board is involved with the day-to-day?
They're typically, somebody comes to visit pretty much every day. So our board chair is typically on campus every day. That's Mr. Richardson, and he will help out sometimes. I'll be perfectly honest with you. So if we need 2 more lunches at the other building, he may run 2 more lunches to the other building. So a lot of different things. He may work on a project. Yesterday, I saw him hanging a placard in the hallway with the drill. He was drilling in and putting some stuff up on the wall. So just in a lot of different ways that we have that kind of support from our board and from our community in general.
But not directly with operations.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'll be honest with you, because I feel very fortunate that I have the ability to work with Caitlin, and Caitlin does a great job of working with our staff. And so there's a nice buffer between that, and we have autonomy to make those decisions, and then we keep them informed in our board meetings.
Thanks.
Ms. Cook, I have a question for you. This school is not low performing. They weren't low performing in this most recent year. If they are also not low performing this year, does that move them off the CLP list?
Yes.
The 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, so it's well within reach.
We think so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
for
We
coming
appreciate
in,
your time.
And we'll be making decisions in early 2025.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch at this time. It's 12:22. Why don't we plan to come back at 1 o'clock if that's okay? All right, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Love you. Thank you. Okay.
You got Stephen.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're going to reconvene. But before we go into the next applicant, I do want to just share a bit of information just on the heels of all the renewal discussions. As you've heard yesterday and today, and even as we debated last year, there's always this sort of a quandary about what's the appropriate measure when we talk about comparability. Should it be 3? Should it be 5? Should it be anything? Should we be comparing to districts? Should we be comparing to the state? I do want to share that I do plan to put together a little bit of a task force with the support of Dr. Danielson. I know he presented to us, I think, last session at some point around some different ideas for maybe how to look at comparable data that's not directly just comparing it to your local LEA, but maybe more of a localized view. And so I will follow up with the CSRB members about perhaps who might want to raise their hand and be part of that task force with Dr. Danielson to kind of give us a different perspective. It wouldn't impact this year's renewal cycle. We've already got those renewal guidelines approved, but to maybe take a different approach at looking at that comparability. So after this meeting, I will follow up with CSRB members on that. So thank you, Dr. Danielson, for your willingness to help us look at that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Frackley.
Good afternoon. We have Legacy Traditional Schools of North Carolina here, a standard applicant that's slated to open in the 2026-27 school year. Just a reminder to this board that we do have 1 hour to interview with the board. We have an additional 30 minutes for the management organization Vertex Education, LLC. And so that's how today's interview structure generally will go. And so obviously I will introduce the school, and then the school will then have the ability to make a 10-minute introduction statement. So, Ms. Carter. And so just a word about the application. It's slated for open in Forsyth County, which is home to approximately 383,000 residents according to the last census of 2020. What's really important is that the persons under 5, the persons under 18, and those over 65 years of age are really on par with the state of North Carolina as a whole. There is some pockets of overrepresentation as it relates to different subgroups across Forsyth County, but we wanted to provide that as a courtesy glance of Forsyth. Okay, and it's also, I want to note that we have several due diligence documents that have been posted to eBoard. And so all of those have been made available to the board ahead of time. But Legacy Traditional Schools of North Carolina proposes to partner with Vertex Education, which is a for-profit management organization with more than 225 schools in their portfolio across 14 states. They primarily operate schools in Arizona, Nevada, and Texas. And the applicant has provided financial statements and audits for the management organization and for their consolidated charter groups across Arizona, across Nevada, and Texas. So all of that has been provided, as well as the primary bank statements for the management organization have also been provided as part of the application. And then the applicant did a great job of providing their academic performance outcomes for their network schools from various state education agencies, namely Arizona, Texas, and Nevada. And so really what we're asking, and really what we look for today as it relates to this board is that, and when we think about the due diligence, is that whether or not the board has knowledge of who the EMO owners are, who those directors and officers are, whether or not this board, understands the financial situations of the management organization, if they're aware of the legal counsel, if they're aware of the auditing firms and the accounting firms that the management organization utilizes. and whether or not the board, will maintain their own independent legal counsel to review and negotiate the terms of the management organization. And the board should also, budget adequate resources to fulfill their contract requirements, and then make sure that they're able to maintain reliable oversight of the contract agreement. And so just to continue, what we're also looking for by way of the due diligence that a board can demonstrate is whether or not they have implemented fiscal policies that will propel the charter towards attainment of their stated budget reserves. And whether or not the board has knowledge of their contractual agreement terms that will allow the board to operate as an independent self-governing body. And then whether or not the board can articulate what the service provisions will be of the management organization, any associated costs outside of the services that are articulated in the agreement. And then if the board is actually contracting for financial services with the management organization, making sure that the management organization provides, monthly financial statements and just has, a regular check-in process to hold management organizations accountable. So that's part of the due diligence that, is expected of the actual petitioning board. And so if we would just want to go into the next slide, please. And so just a little standard blurb about Legacy Traditional, again, opening in Forsyth County, slated for 2026-27, with the mission to provide all students with the opportunity to achieve academic excellence in an accelerated, back to basics, safe learning environment, taught by caring, knowledgeable, and highly effective educators. Legacy Traditional Schools of North Carolina does plan to be a fully K-8 school serving 1,200 students by year 5. And they will participate as a school food authority with the National School Lunch Program. And they will use a contracted third-party service for their transportation. They are looking to build a new construction, looks like 90,000 square feet across a 10 to 12 acre plot of land. They are not a repeat applicant here. This is the first time that Legacy Traditional has appeared. And the application assistance was provided by the management organization, Vertex. And so just a little, the mapping and their enrollment projections demographically, there are 5 charters in Forsyth County with 80 traditionals, and you'll see in blue, where the applicant projects to pull their students from, and the categories of educational disadvantage as well there. So primarily, the main point of contact for this application has been Mr. Mark Moderson. He is the EMO contact. Miss April Broadway is our board chair here. And so at this time, I would like to call the board of Legacy Traditional up to make their introduction statement, with just a note that since the application closed, they have added an additional board member. The Office of Charter Schools did receive background information for Carrie Crutchfield, and so all of that is on record for us as well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Ridley, thank you so much for your assistance through this process as well. On the behalf of the Legacy Traditional Schools North Carolina's governing board, I want to express our gratitude for the opportunity to speak with the Charter School Review Board today. My name is April Broadway, and I am a member of the Legacy Traditional Schools North Carolina Board. We come before you today eager to answer your questions about Legacy's application and share our excitement for the possibilities that this school will provide to the students and families of Greater Winston-Salem, Forsyth County community. So just a little bit about me. I am a native of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I was back there calculating, and in 2 years, I will again have lived in North Carolina longer than I've lived somewhere else. So I'm still a native. I've always called Winston-Salem, North Carolina home. I came from a family of politicians and educators. And so because I'm usually telling the truth pretty much, I definitely went with being in the education field, of which I love. Charter school history, just a little background. I started with Grover Bridges when he was at the Office of Charter Schools. So I've been around charter schools. I truly believe in what they have to offer and bring to various communities. And so I'm a big proponent of that. And currently, I work as an educational consultant working with both LEAs as well as public charter schools in the area of compliance, mainly in exceptional children, as well as child nutrition program. But regarding our application, I'd like to highlight just several aspects which we believe are noteworthy and demonstrate our readiness to implement the plan that we proposed. First, there's a strong community interest and demand for the school. With the help of Vertex Education, our proposed management organization that has several individuals with us today, we have received significant interest in proposed school. At this time, the applicants are at 452 interested families in attending our proposed school. At the time of the since our submission in late April, I'm pleased to report that several virtual parent night events have been held in addition to an in-person event on last month. The total attendees for these events was approximately 100 students, signaling continued interest in the school from the community. This has also resulted in our interest list growing to more than 800 students, nearly doubling the approximately 450 students included in the application. While we know that not all of these students will enroll, the board feels confident based upon efforts to date and these data points that the school, if approved, will open fully enrolled with our one-year enrollment of 760. I would also add that the greater Winston-Salem metropolitan area does not have many high-quality public charter schools. More specifically, charter schools in the south and western parts of Forsyth County are non-existent, and a small number of public charter schools are highly rated. According to the 2024 North Carolina report card data, only 2 of the public charter schools in Forsyth County received an A or a B rating. Other data shows that there's approximately 7% of the student population in our county currently attending a public charter. Given this lack of high-quality public school options, we believe the proposed model will be a value add for the community, providing a different model that does not currently exist in our local area. This is certainly bolstered by the students' demand figures that I've just shared with you. We also know that several schools in this part of Forsyth County are overcrowded, and we believe that Legacy can help to alleviate some of this student overpopulation. Second, we are excited to share that we are under construction for a potential parcel of land within 6-mile radius outline of the application. The proposed site is approximately 12 acres, and while all money is refundable to date, we recognize that facilities are frequently a barrier for public charter schools, not only in North Carolina, but across the country. We hope that this progress signals that we are prepared to move quickly in the coming months to ensure a successful opening for 26-27 school year as proposed. Third, I believe we have an exceptional board that sits before you today. Collectively, we have diverse backgrounds, experiences, and that we complement, and I want to say that again, we complement each other. Several of us are Winston-Salem residents, and between the 6 members, we have backgrounds in finance, K-12 education, post-secondary education, school finance, school board governance, and other businesses. I will let my colleagues introduce themselves momentarily, but we do think these skill sets will benefit us in the work ahead. I would also note that while we have 1 remaining vacant board seat, our aim is to fill this with a prospective parent once the school is open. Lastly, Like other members of the Legacy Traditional Schools of North Carolina Board, I took time to visit several legacy schools in Arizona and came away impressed with their programming and the high quality options that are provided to thousands of students and families. The Mozart Momentum Program are hallmarks of the legacy model and would be unique to the greater Winston-Salem area. And the proposed electives are different from what is currently available in most public schools in our area. These elements of the school, along with legacy mission to provide all students with the opportunity to achieve academic excellence in an accelerated, back to basic, safe environment with an emphasis on reading, writing, and arithmetic. This presents a model that will meet the needs of the targeted population. Legacy Traditional Schools has been highlighted in the 2023 Credo report as a gap buster, has a large number of high-performing schools, and we believe has the capacity to effectively expand to North Carolina. This proposed school is a replication of successful legacy model, and we believe can be a strong model for the Winston-Salem community. At this time, I'd like to allow my fellow board members to introduce themselves along with our proposed superintendent supporting the school.
Thank you. And I see the 5, so I'm going to speak quickly so I can let my fellow board members speak too. But I wanted to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to introduce myself. My name is Melissa McCartney, and I started my career as a high school English teacher in traditional public schools. I hold a doctorate in educational supervision and administration. I am currently the associate provost for digital learning and the dean of the graduate school at Queen's University of Charlotte, where I oversee the master's programs for education and some principal preparation programs. So I see a lot of traditional public school teachers going out into the world. So on a personal note, I am a charter school parent, and making that choice was really difficult because I've been a lifelong supporter of public schools. And what that meant for me was moving my son to North Carolina. The public school system didn't fit for him. It just didn't work. And so I needed a different option, and I moved into a charter school setting that was smaller and had higher expectations and more structure, and he thrived. And so the vision of Legacy Traditional Schools is to impact every student positively. And for me, what that looked like was driving him home the first week of school, and he looked at me and said, "Mom, I really think this is good for my future. And I want that for our school in Winston-Salem. And I want that choice for parents. And that's why I'm serving on this board. Thank you so much."
Hello, everyone. In brevity, my name is Ryan Quinn. I'm a finance director for a very large bank. I focus on finance, but truly my passion outside of work is personal finance, and I'm currently going back to school for my doctorate in education. Very excited to serve on this board. I think we all complement each other very well. We work together a lot. We've had a lot of meetings together, and I'm excited to see this off the ground. With regards to the application, my focus will be mostly on finance as well as admissions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Sullivan. I'm a retired high school teacher. I taught at Gaston County Schools. I was a late to life teacher, lateral entry. So I worked in the private sector for a number of years and found myself in front of a classroom at the age of 50, which was quite interesting. But I had a great career teaching, and I'm here to share my knowledge that I can help with that. And my purpose is to benefit children. So my expertise a little is on the EMO and on some of the marketing information.
So I did notice that our time.
You can just do the final, if we can make it brief, just introduction so we
Thank
know
you.
who everybody is standing here.
Good afternoon, and thank you, board. I'm David Singletary. I'm currently a pastor of a Methodist church in Madison, North Carolina, Rockingham County. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force and Eagle Scout, and I received my PhD in 1986 from Carver High School in Winston-Salem. For those of you understanding North Carolina humor, that's a public high school diploma. I served on the school board in Winston-Salem from 2014 through 2018. I was acquainted with a former charter position that did not come to fruition, did not make it before you. And I look forward to an opportunity to share my school board experience as well as some of my community and pastoral experience with this board as we seek to bring this charter school to Forsyth County. My area that I'll be speaking this afternoon would be in the area of staffing, the area of facilities, and certainly the area of transportation. And thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Kerry Crutchfield. I have spent 42 years in service to public schools in North Carolina in various roles. 35 years of that, I developed courses and instructed them across the state in areas of public school finance and public school human resources. For 30 of those years, through the North Carolina Association of CPAs, I developed 2 courses for North Carolina public school auditors. Those courses were in audits of school districts and federal grants compliance auditing. I am a native of Winston-Salem, born and raised in Winston-Salem. I've lived all 70 years of my life in Forsyth County. I'm a practicing CPA and occasionally still do some consulting work in public education.
Okay, so at this point, we have 25 minutes for the board to go ahead and ask questions. I want to go ahead and kick the tires right off the bat and ask a question and see if we get some response to based on Mr. Ackley's introduction to the school is a few questions. One, why an EMO? What is this EMO delivering for you? What do you understand the deliverables are, and what is the fee structure? If you could address those questions as the board.
Thank you so much for the question. And I'm glad you asked the why in the beginning. And I will address that. And then I will allow our finance team to address the second part. Why an EMO? One, there's a proven track record. 2, we have the ability to be able to concentrate on exactly what we want to do, and that is the service to the children and fulfilling our mission without as much of trying to hire all of the other moving parts that come along with opening up a new school. And so this has, I was a little leery at first until we actually went out to Nevada, sat down, really saw how everything works with all of the schools, as well as multiple conversations about what would this EMO actually look like for us. And so what I have pulled away from that is how important it is to not have to worry about what I'm going to call the smaller things, and that our full concentration can be on the education of the students.
Okay, the remaining 2 are what are the deliverables and what's the fee structure in your interpretation?
The fee structure, so we looked at a couple different other EMOs and they're all in the same ballpark, but a couple of them were 15%, but Vertex, the fee structure is 12% of the gross revenue, except for the federal title grants. And I believe those grants are separate, where some of the other EMOs we looked at, the grants were also part of the 12% fee. So the grants for what Vertex could be lower. The services and resources, that the kind of stuff you're looking for? I mean, just the curriculum, school management, academic support, English learner compliance, language training, exceptional student services, HR and payroll. It's going to be taking care of accounting and financial services, hiring recommendations. Also going to provide a superintendent to us who is a Vertex employee. We're going to, the board hires the principal and the teachers will work for the school, but the superintendent will come from Vertex, the superintendent services.
Somebody else want to add? May I ask a question? Couple questions, if I may. It's just that answered your question. Sorry. I jumped on.
Didn't mean for you to fall apart there.
Yeah.
My things are hard.
Now you're all out of order.
I'm in order.
So
Thank you.
I appreciate the board members being here today. It's important that you're here to advocate on your application. I just want to clarify one thing, Mr. Singletary, did you live in Forsyth or you live in Rockingham?
Thank you very much. I'm a resident of Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. Because I'm a minister, my where I'm called to serve may be different from my home base. So I keep Forsyth County as my primary area of residence, but I'm currently serving a church in Rockingham and a parsonage a half a mile up the road in Stokes County. But I'm still connected with my school board friends and other members in Winston-Salem and stay up to date with what's going on there.
Okay. So collectively as a board, how did you come together? How do all of you know each other? And how did you come to decide that you as a board wanted to put a school together?
Okay.
Did you, and we'll answer that question first.
Well, thank you for that question. Once again, initially, I had been involved with a former charter petition. Unfortunately, the EMO that we were hoping to partner with was neither prepared nor well suited to provide a charter school in the Winston-Forsyth County community. So it never came before you. I did receive word that Vertex was looking at reintroducing a new program, a legacy traditional school system into the Winston-Forsyth County school areas. So after doing some research, I reached out to a number of people who eventually connected me with Mr. Moderson, who was able to answer most of my questions, and then invited me to have conversations with other board members that he had been in conversation with, or I should say at that point in time, it was potential board members. After having a conversation with different members and taking into account not only their experience, but also their desire for helping students, that brought me to my decision that I felt like I would like to be a part of this charter school program. So I can speak for myself in how I came, and of course I can speak to how my conversations with them helped to further me.
Yeah, I guess the root of my question is,
Sure.
did you collectively as a board come together yourself and then choose Vertex, or did the sort of choose you?
You know, I cannot speak to that at this point. I would be, and the reason I say that is because I came about midway into the process. Now, I can tell you that my decision was based after being connected with other potential board members. I could ask April if she could speak better to that, or if there might be someone part of our team who could.
Yeah, I guess then drilling down even further, I'm interested particularly in the ones who live in Mecklenburg County, Union County,
Okay, great.
Gaston County.
Yeah, I wanted to.
What's the connection to
So my
Forsyth?
connection was I had retired, and through a third party person, a friend of mine, and a couple of people had said, "Hey, what do you know about these charter schools and this and that?" I talked to different people, and I said, "Well, I got time on my hands. I could do some research and this and that," and got put in touch with some of the Vertex people, and we kind of just, many conversations. I guess that's the way I would put it, and started talking to other people. Ryan, who was kind of in the same boat, and we just started talking. We're like, man, this would be a good idea. We like what's going on. We like what's the background that we're hearing from what this school did in other places, and we all just kind of just started talking. I guess you want to add more to that?
Yeah, I guess it's about 6 of one and half a dozen of another. So my story is a little different. I'm from Arizona, where the legacy schools are. And so I was contacted by some friends of mine who actually teach at the schools and are counselors there. And they said, hey, we're looking for more information about the education scene in North Carolina. Would you be willing to talk to some folks? And so I talked to Mark, And he's like, hey, what's going on out there? And we talked for a little while, and he's like, well, we're thinking about a school. And I said, well, let me know what goes on with that and keep me posted. And then a little while later, he's like, actually, things are coming about. And I met April, and we had donuts, and then things just started to congeal. And this happened. And so far, it's actually working out pretty well.
You want to go ahead with that one? Would you like me to add as well? My name is Ryan again. I'm from Charlotte. Outside of my job, I'm very connected with school systems, as well as I'm pursuing my doctorate in education. And in conversations with somebody, an ex-colleague and a friend in Arizona, had conversations about this, what I'm pursuing, and kind of one thing led to another of his understanding of legacy traditional in Arizona and beyond, and where I'm thriving towards, and it kind of all came together.
Mr. Friend, would it be possible for me to address you for just another 15 or 20 seconds?
Please do, yeah.
Okay. I believe I've got a feeling for where you're going here. And let me.
You don't have to have a feeling. I'll tell you straight up.
Amen. Yes, sir. Well, and I will say that when I was initially introduced to Mr. Moderson and the concept of Vertex, and then I was introduced to some of the board members, I was skeptical in the beginning because so many of them were outside of the Winston-Salem area. And I'm thinking to myself, how in the world can you come in and tell us how to do something that we should already know how to do ourselves? But once again, after having conversations with this team, I believe we've put together a fantastic team that has not only the ability to provide an excellent new charter school experience in Forsyth County, but also has the additional skills to come back before you time and time again with growth.
And I appreciate that. And please, my line of questioning is not to question your capacity, abilities, skills, knowledge, experience. It's just trying to get a sense of how this group of individuals came together to say, let's do a charter school and let's put it in Winston-Salem.
And I think I'm the guilty party. So I'm going to take full responsibility for that, for the initial reaching out, talking to various stakeholders that I know have interest in charter schools, and really looking at a couple of things. I looked at maybe 3 or 4 different EMOs to just kind of look through, because I do believe that sometimes charter schools are bogged down with the things of, trying to hire for this and that and all of the other things. And I've just been around a little bit that it seems to be able to focus directly on that. So after talking to stakeholders, I was a part of the team that David spoke of, Member Singletary spoke of. It's just it's me. I'm going to say it's me. So I did the reach out to Vertex. I reached out to several other people. And then as people started to get the word, then other people were reached out to. And before you know it, we were having like an informal meeting with Krispy Kreme donuts so that, everything's better with a donut. So that's kind of how we got to this point. Vertex wasn't necessarily at the top of the list at the time that we started having these conversations, but they are.
Thank you. And just last question. I don't want to monopolize time. Just very quick answer. What's the address or at least the zip code of the property you said you purchased?
That's a good question.
The zip code is 27012.
Okay.
Right off of Louisville Clemens Road in Clemens.
All right. So other questions from the board?
Yes, that was very aggressive to buy the land before they were approved. Mr. Hosteller is the registered agent, and he lives in Durham. So explain how you connected with him.
Okay, so in the midst of communicating with various persons, we did want to make sure that we pulled an attorney into our fold. So he's actually the person that we signed for and I don't know the legal term for it, but.
Is he your board legal counsel?
Yes, but so I waived.
You retained him.
Yes, retained him, and he's the person who started our initial contacts. Yes.
But to clarify, he is your board legal counsel.
At this time, he is still reviewing our documents.
April, can I add to that just a second? He's technically not the legal counsel at this point. We have discussed making him legal counsel pending approval from this board. You're welcome.
The employees.
I have a couple questions if possible.
Yeah, hold on just a second, Alex. Dave was just about to get started. We'll get to you right after Dave.
Okay.
The employees of the school, will they be employed by the board or will they be co-employed with the EMO?
The only employee of the EMO would be the superintendent.
And then in your application, it said something about if there was a vacancy for more than 5 days, the EMO would provide a substitute. Are they talking about teachers or?
So
Is that it? I thought I read that in your application.
part of the model with Legacy Tradition is that they actually hire a substitute teacher up front. So that in the event that, that's that one phone call that says, oh, I had an emergency this morning. So we do have a person who is on our end. And if for some reason we are in need of an extended person, they work with us through their HR services to make sure that we have that person. And if anyone from Vertex would like to add to that, I'd be glad to turn it over to you. And again, thank you for your question.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Turney. I'll be the acting superintendent upon approval, but we do offer what we call a perm sub, and there's 2 perm sub positions that are employed by the board that are trained in all of our curriculum, our delivery, so that they are on the campus every single day, so that there is a vacancy, they can jump right in. In addition to that, we do contract with local sub agencies to help support the school for call out if it goes beyond those 2 days. Did that answer the question?
It did, thank you. Will the EMO be building the building for you? Is there an arrangement with the facility? How is that going to happen?
Thank you so much for the question, and I will turn that over to our finance team and Eric.
We have discussed several options for that. The one that we are most leaning toward right now is that an established legacy traditional school with an established credit rating would finance the school with bonds, and we would lease the school from the legacy traditional school network. Would not be owned by our board, would not be owned by Vertex, but would be owned by one or more schools within the legacy traditional school network.
So is there another entity? You got Vortex, then Legacy Schools, and then your school is, you said, is another school going to build a building and lease it to you guys? Is that what I understood you said?
Legacy Traditional Schools of Arizona.
Yes.
Okay, that's different than Vortex.
Correct.
Totally separate from Vertex.
So with those bonds, is there an option to buy back from them at some point?
That's
So that you actually own the building in time?
That's our intention, is to have in the contract.
So
a purchase
basically,
option.
they're like the developer. They're serving as your developer. You're renting from them until you can purchase the school.
Related to that, and maybe I'm just missing it, but when I look at the operating budget, I don't see cost for mortgage or rent or anything like that.
Alex, I promise we'll get to you. We'll get you right after this one. Okay.
Sorry, Alex.
I had a similar question.
There should be a cost in the budget for lease, and all the options we've discussed today are below that number.
The contract states that it's in the budget, but it's not in the budget, not in the copy we have. There are no facility costs in the budget. There's a management contract fee
Yeah, thank you for the question. My name is Mark Moderson, Director of Growth and Governance for Vertex Education, and I appreciate the questions you're asking about the facility. So just to be clear, the facility financing process is something that the board, along with Vertex, will engage in post-approval to make the best decision for students and families in the community. There are several options, one of which is a potential lease agreement with the local nonprofit in Arizona, along with this nonprofit. The budget does show a healthy surplus. And the reason that we do not have a lease in the budget right now is because the board will make an informed decision about which direction they would like to go. But any of the financing options will come in well under that annual surplus. And working with the CSRB staff, we were directed that the way it was presented in the budget was the way that it complied with the budget template and the way that they provided some additional guidance. So that's the best way I can answer that question. But if you would like some additional details, we have a finance representative here. Remember, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but we're happy to go further if you'd like.
All right, Alex, shoot. You want to mute.
While we're waiting for Alex, I have one more. Then you're talking about the building. So how did you pay for the land that you purchased? Who purchased that?
So the land has not been purchased. We are under a contract, but the down payment that we put down is refundable.
Alex, you there?
I can pose a question while we're waiting. If
Yeah,
it's
go ahead.
fair. I find the information conflicting, so I think that's why there's some confusion. The contract with Vertex mentions, let me bring up my notes, that you don't manage the building process, that you don't have anything to do with the acquisition of the facility. When the application says they're highly reliant on the EMO to help obtain the facility and on-time delivery of starting. Are you familiar with the conflict that I'm talking about? And in the due diligence that was uploaded, service is not provided. The service provider, which is Vertex, will only be responsible for startup, et cetera. Expressly excluded as real estate development, demographic site analysis and land acquisition, land development and municipal entitlements, real estate project management. I mean, that list goes on, expressly excluded from the agreement, but that's not what we're hearing. And that's not what the application says.
I'm so sorry. Mark Moderson, for the record, I sincerely apologize for any confusion. So let me try to clarify it and you tell me if I'm not doing a good job.
Okay.
Vertex will be recommending how the board will be responsible and which potential vendors to use to develop the facility and ensure that it is delivered on time. So the contract is correct. And I would actually probably say perhaps it's poorly worded, but I don't believe it's a direct conflict. Vertex has many strong relationships with vendors throughout the country and are building them here in North Carolina. And we will be recommending to the board, with their obviously input and suggestions, who may be a qualified vendor to help them in delivering that process. But you are absolutely correct that it is not contemplated in the agreement. And hopefully that helps explain why, because there will be other entities brought to the table that will assist in that development. But I want to be very clear, the board standing behind me will be responsible for making that decision. It will all go through a board approval process, as would any public charter school. So hopefully that helps clarifies, but if it does not, please let me know.
One more time, Alex.
Sorry, I have something going on here at school, but my question was, if it hasn't been asked, is for the board. I mean, I have a lot of questions about the budget. I think obviously the not having the contract in the budget or not having the lease in the budget explains why the surplus is so big. And if we're building a 90,000 square foot building, that will eat up a significant chunk of that surplus. I guess, is the management company I would imagine they would capitalize interest and all that. So I think the main question is just for the board. What are you getting for the million management fee. And it does look like some of the expenses in the budget are under projected, but that's probably too detailed to get into now. But yeah, so for the $1 million management fee, what are the services that Vertex is providing?
So thank you for your question, and I will ask that our finance team, along with Member Sullivan, come back to address those items.
Yeah, I think the details were in there in the application, but again, I'm John Sullivan, sorry. The services, curriculum, school management, training, HR, payroll, hiring recommendations, accounting and financial services, academic support. I think there's even more than that, but I think there's a bunch in there. Hope that covers that.
And let me say one. I'm the latest board member, and I came on board after the application was submitted with the original budget. My expertise for 42 years is in budgeting, and I have reviewed the budget, and I agree that several of the line items in there might be under budgeted, and I've pointed that out to several of my fellow board members. Budgeting is an inexact science. It's basically estimating how to spend scarce resources. And as we get further along and as we get more information, we will have a better chance to fill in the closer amounts for the budget. And so I think that it will be an ongoing process, and we will be reviewing with Vertex all along. Every month, as a matter of fact, we'll be reviewing how the budget is working for the school.
Yeah, I guess and again, it's for example, furniture and equipment is at 13,000. This is a brand new school. It's like one classroom. I guess they're assuming furnitures, fixtures, and equipment are going to be part of the bond process, and then Vertex is going to provide that. I don't know, but that's not evident in the budget. And then I kind of asked to our board, $1 million management fee. Are we satisfied with what, both for our board and your board, it's a lot of money. I just, sometimes I wonder how these schools are able to back out $1 million when we all are kind of trying to make it all come together without paying 15% of our budget on top of facilities for management fees. Because I think if you were to contract out a lot of those things or handle it in-house, it would be a lot cheaper. And, this is something that comes up again and again. Management companies generally, marketing is one, I guess what we've gotten as a response, and I assume it's the same. It's like marketing is like the hard materials, and the management company does that. Website management company does. I just think it's I would like to see all of those kind of broken out. Love to see more detail on these EMO management fees in these applications in general.
I do think that in most building contracts that I administered in my previous role, most of the equipment were built into those building contracts. So I think the small amount in the budget, it's interesting as to make sure that we did everything correctly. When we were building new schools in Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, we had this huge template down to the trash cans in the classrooms. And, we would fund the vast majority of that out of the school construction budget, but things like trash cans, we would fund out of the regular annual budget. And again, this board will take very seriously its role of evaluating the services provided by our EMO. And one of the things that I am so thankful of is that the EMO is providing a full-time superintendent. I think that is something that is extremely needed. In Forsyth County, we did annual teacher surveys, teacher satisfaction surveys. One of the things that came up consistently was inadequate administrator support in our schools. I think the fact that we would have the full-time superintendent from the EMO and our own principal and 2 assistant principals, I think we will do a much better job of supporting teachers in Legacy Traditional School, North Carolina.
I think the things that we hear Mr. Quigley bringing up, and then after the presentation that Mr. Ackley did with regard to due diligence for boards understanding services at EMO, there's always been the question of breaking down exactly what those services are and how much they cost. Because I think the other thing is for the school to consider what positions are no longer necessary to hire because the EMO is providing these services for us. And so it'd be easier to do that, to know exactly what you're getting, so that you can say, I don't need that staff member because they're handling back office, or I don't need HR. I don't need an HR compliance person because they've got HR compliance. And I would pay an HR consultant or a person $50,000 a year, just throwing a number out. How much is it costing from Vertex, right? So you can see the plus minuses on exactly what it would cost if you did it by yourself and what it's going to cost because you're doing it through the management company.
And I think we're going to do that on a monthly basis, review on what the EMO is providing to us. So we do get an idea of those type of things and seeing if we're getting what we think we're supposed to be getting.
Okay. I will add to that in the contract, it's very detailed and specific as to the services of the EMO, and it's quite a bit. But it also mentions the funding for the fixtures, furniture and fixtures, the FFE, or furniture, fixtures and equipment of $1.6 million. So if the board has duly studied the contract and are familiar with it, it seems like they could make that assessment for the school as to what services they need in addition to Vertex or not. It's pretty well outlined. I think the thing that especially one of the things that's unique here is that all of that piece of the funding, which is major, is not included in the budget of revenue in, expenses out. So we are not privy to that information, but we're supposed to approve it. And so that makes it really challenging here.
So I would like to first thank you for bringing that to our attention and assure you that if allowed the opportunity, we will correct that so that it is clearer. But hearing all of your feedback, I guarantee you that this board will probably have dinner tonight, even though some of us had other plans. I just know how we operate. I know that we will probably have dinner tonight to go back over those things. I think that of all people, definitely Member Crutchfield and Quinn have heard every single thing that you have said about our finances, and they will hold us to the fire.
Ashley, how much time do we have left? No, now that's including the 30 minutes for the EMO, correct? Or so because we kind of chewed into that a little bit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked a lot about the business model, and I'm sure there may be still some other questions. Any academic or educational questions you guys might have that we haven't gotten to yet?
Yeah.
All right, I don't recall seeing much about y'all, if anything, about how they're gonna handle AIG. Academically and intellectually.
Yeah, and somewhat connected, the
Please
budget
expound.
has 2 exceptional children positions.
All the way through year
All
5.
the way through year 5, from
Right.
760 students to 1,200 students, and not possible.
Not possible. And I am a certified exceptional children's person, so it's not possible. However, I again will tell you that all of these things, whenever adjustments need to be made, they will be made. There's not a wait. that's going to happen on making adjustments once the board members can meet. And there's a need from the teacher perspective for exceptional children or electives. Whatever the need of the school is, we planned to meet those needs at time. It's not a matter of waiting. We want to make adjustments as needed, just as Member Crutchfield has already identified that our budget is a work in progress. And even an approved budget by our board members will still be a work in progress. And I call it that moving water. It's always ebbing and flowing, and we'll make those ebbs and flows happen as we need to.
I appreciate that, what I want to make sure you're probably hearing from our board, and I won't speak for them, but is that coming here and getting our feedback and then going back and making adjustments doesn't let us know what you know about running a charter school. It's about what we're giving you back to make corrections to do it correct, the correct way. So I think having these things up front gives us a better read of, do they know what they're doing or not, right? And so you've given us good explanations for most of this stuff, but I think for anybody else doing applications, you need to include in your budget what you plan on doing. Yes, you can make corrections later, but you need to think the whole way through. What is it exactly that we need to make this operate so they know we know what we're doing?
Absolutely fair, and thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, I think to that end too, I just, Mr. Gavi picked up on that. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see a school counselor in the budget. I know you're saying you'll make adjustments, but we have to go by the information presented to us.
Absolutely.
Right. And God bless the IT staff member who's going to be there in year 5 with that many students and have no help. So there's just some missing elements that seem to be basic school personnel that just are just not shown in the budget. So why no school counselor?
So currently in our schools right now, we either offer an SSO or SRO officer or a school counselor. We've applied for every grant, and as soon as those grants are open, we apply and then we bring the counselor in as well.
But the role of a school counselor is dramatically different than a school resource officer.
I am a school counselor by trade too, so I absolutely understand that need. But that is something that we have looked at all of our schools. Right now, we're using it as a grant-based program.
And the problem with that is that grants aren't always guaranteed, right? So, I mean, I think listing them in there and being able to replace it with a grant lets us know that you were thinking about, we're going to have a counselor. Sure. We're going to have 4 EC teachers in year 5 or 2 IT folks, because those grants are so, fickle. You don't know if you're going to get them or not.
And that can be something that if our board feels that is a position that they want, we can always look at that as well too. And as for our EC teachers, the great thing about our program is that based on a need right then, we can always do a position request and make sure that another EC teacher is hired to base the needs.
I did think when reviewing the budget that in a couple of instances, it seemed really strong in personnel. And for instance, I would say the 12 individuals for instructional support in year 1 and 11 teacher assistants. That's not something that we see routinely in a school this size. So I felt like you were directing resources to the support staff of the school. Although those positions are missing and important, it looks like you've applied some attention and a good deal of resources to the personnel. Whereas in the operations, that's where it was, it was confusing again, that why are we missing any facility cost except for the maintenance? So that left a big question mark, which has been explained. And it's such a tiny thing, but on the very front page of your budget, where you list the student numbers and which county, which school system they're from, it's a formula, it's Excel, but your numbers are just off by 1 student in several columns, so that when you do the math and extend the math, it's just hundreds of dollars, but still, I've never seen it be wrong. And so you might want to go in and just make sure your student numbers are right for each student in each county.
Thank you.
Do you have someone in mind for the board who your head of school will be? Or is out of position to be hired?
Board member, go ahead and answer that.
At this time, we do not, let me answer it two ways. We are actively receiving applications. At this time, we do not permanently have someone that we have settled on, of course, pending approval.
What's your base curriculum going to be, say in ELA and math?
So we're using the McGraw, I think it's Wonders for elementary. And if you'll allow me to look at my notes, because I need them. Yes, our ELA is Wonders, Math, Envision, Science, Experience, and I think, is it Envision that's going away, but I'll double check that. And then My World is the curriculum that we're using, but we're also doing a social emotional piece as well, just for more well-rounded students.
We also use the Spalding method that starts as early as our kindergarten. Goes kindergarten all the way up through 5th grade. All of our teachers are trained in the Spalding method, and over 80% of our teachers are highly qualified as a network.
Do you plan on being in North Carolina, superintendent? Will you be residing here?
I will be boots on the ground, yes.
Okay.
So a question that often is asked of schools that start as a K-8 school, particularly with these type of numbers, is, okay, what happens after grade 8? Is there been discussion, or are there future plans for a high school that either this board would oversee, or that this school is serving as a feeder school to? Or, and the answer is that hasn't been a discussion. That's okay. Our decisions on the merits of this application.
So great question. And as board members, we have talked about that. However, again, we decided what we needed to concentrate on at the moment would be our K-8. In my mind, I think that it would be awesome if we would feed those students right into a school that's also a part of the legacy traditional schools. But we have bought it up and then just decided this is our focus and this is where we need to concentrate.
All right, I'm gonna try and wrap things up in my brain then, and this is kind of a question for everybody out there. Is legacy schools an EMO, or are they just a network of schools?
It's a network of schools.
Okay, and so what I guess I hear you saying is that you're hoping to bring legacy to North Carolina because of the proven success that they've had other places. Vertex's responsibility is what in that? So someone from Vertex, what's your role in the whole legacy? What are your plans for North Carolina?
Thank you for that question, Member Eldridge. Mark Moderson for the record from Vertex Education. So I want to be very clear. We are excited to be here with you all today. We are excited about the possibility of serving North Carolinians, students, families, and the Winston-Salem community. Our sole focus at this time is the proposal before you today. The board has asked questions about, what should we be thinking about long term? And I think that that's an appropriate question, perhaps down the road. I appreciate the excitement by the board to think long term, but we recognize that any future plans start with this proposal in front of you today. If we are able to, working with the board, support a successful opening, we would be happy to have that conversation. But first and foremost, we're focused on the proposal before you today, and we want to make sure that students and families are served by a high quality public charter school.
So I use my experience brings other, I work with other schools, and one of the things that I think people forget to ask is what kind of resources is Vertex going to bring? If most of the focus is Arizona or in the central part of the country, whatever, and North Carolina is going to be new, what kind of attention is Vertex going to give to making sure the staff here is capable of managing the school as well as they do in Arizona?
Great question. Mark Moderson for the record, Vertex Education. I can commiserate with that question as a former and recovering authorizer, Member Eldridge. So I will tell you that we are fully committed to adding staff and capacity to effectively support the North Carolina school here on the ground in North Carolina. I believe some of the feedback that came from CSRB staff as well as the external reviewers was a question around that could get expensive if there are people flying across the country to effectively support the school. We are keenly aware of that, and we're fully committed to making sure that there is local staff on the ground that can be supportive all day, every day here without being a drain on expenses. And so that's a commitment that we're making to this school on behalf of Vertex to ensure that we are very well prepared and the board can execute the charter accordingly. So hopefully that answers your question, but I'm happy to go further.
It does, but it's also okay to say that you want to build more schools in North Carolina, right? I mean, I think you guys probably have an interest in doing that. This isn't going to be your only school, I would imagine, right? If things go well. Is that a fair assessment?
Well,
You would go ahead, sorry.
Mark Motorson, for the record, I would say, again, that's a question for, I think, the board at a later time. I think we would love to be in a position to have that conversation, but I don't think we're prepared to, hypothesize what may happen. It'd be nice for us to consider, but we recognize that all of that is contingent on successful approval, successful opening, and then a proven track record so that we can come back and potentially have that conversation. But the board will be driving that ship, not necessarily Vertex. And I'll let Superintendent Attorney speak to any clarification that's needed on the FTE side from Vertex.
Sure. I just wanted to add too, I'm in a unique position that I started my legacy journey as a principal for our North Chandler campus. I also opened a brand new campus in Santan before becoming a deputy superintendent for Vertex. So I have that principal at the legacy level experience and the Vertex support as well. So it's kind of a great position because I can leverage all of those resources at Vertex and know what that campus needs. So I'm very excited to bridge the two together here in North Carolina. I'm also very excited that, I just love legacy. I'm passionate about legacy. As you saw from that Credo report, we are a gap buster. We bridge the gap for all students, and especially our EC students, our ELL students, and students that legacy outperformed every charter in the country. That's a pretty big feat. And it is my desire to bring that to North Carolina. My children live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm excited to share that and continue to change lives through education. So where I know the board drives that decision, I'd love to have 10 schools here because I think every school deserves that.
I have a question for Mr. Motorson. If you've established that legacy schools and Vertex are two distinct entities, they were both founded by the Hale family, is that correct? Becky and Aaron Hale founded legacy schools.
That's correct, yes.
And Vertex as well. So they travel together. I mean, one would not operate a school without the other, right? They work together in partnership.
As a management organization, correct.
Right,
Yes.
okay, just wanted to confirm that. That's all, thank you.
I have a question. Is the superintendent's salary going to be paid by the 12% fee, or is that going to be charged back to the school? Can you explain that?
Can Vertex provide the answer to that? Or do we prefer?
Fine.
Sure. Yeah. So Mark Motorson, for the record, yes, a part of the fee will be allocated to support the superintendent's salary. That's correct. So that's included as a part of the management agreement.
See, and those questions, just for clarity, if that was outlined in the budget or in the narrative or anything, it would help us better understand exactly what the planning is for the board and helping them understand what they're getting from the EMO.
Mark Motorson, for the record, very much appreciate the question, and I apologize for any confusion. I believe that it is outlined very clearly in the contract. We're sort of, at least I feel that we're a little beholden to the budget template and what it will or will not do. Frankly, I'm a little embarrassed that we missed that student count by one number. So we will do a better job of that. But we're sort of beholden and into that template itself. So that's probably why it doesn't manifest itself very clearly. But in the contract and certainly in our conversations with the board, we wanted to make clear, and we wanted to make sure that we arrived at the same conclusion about what was best for this proposal, which is why the superintendent and the principal structure is the way it is.
Yeah, I will acknowledge that the contract is very concise. I mean, I think it's just important for us to know if a charter is granted, it's going to the board. We want to make sure the board understands how to do these things.
I have a question for the board chair or any of the board members, you indicated that you had explored other EMOs. So as concisely as you can, why this one?
I think the biggest reason really didn't come until we actually were invited, because I think they saw that we were pretty serious about wanting to have a charter school in Forsyth County in North Carolina. I think our final decision was really made when the majority of the board members actually traveled out to look at the schools, talk to principals about what does this support look like? When this happens, how do they step in? What do you do at board meetings? I'm a pretty hands-on person and I'm very visual. So for me to actually not hear Vertex themselves telling us about it, we actually had the opportunity to be immersed in it with like people. So we had a meeting while we were there with us and their board chair for Nevada. We had meetings with principals. I personally, of course, wanted to talk to exceptional children's teachers. And so for us all being there, I think that's when that light switch kind of flipped and we started to really talk more seriously about what will this look like. So they have packaged and made sure that they have been transparent with us when we're asking questions. I'm not saying that we've asked all the questions, but we have definitely done our due diligence with especially our finance team. But I feel like, and anybody from the board can add as well, I think that was the deciding factor to actually be able to not hear from someone saying this is the service that we'll provide to you, but to actually be with consumers who are actually receiving that service.
And Mr. Chair, will you clarify that the fee will come from the gross revenues as opposed to the net? Gross?
Yes. It's
If I may, Member Bartlett, Mark Motion for the record, it is gross excluding federal title grants.
Is it just federal grants or was that contract written that excludes all grants? Maybe I misread that. I thought it said all grants.
I may have misspoken, but it definitely is grants are excluded from the 12% because we want to make sure that as much money as possible is driven to the classrooms.
Yeah, I
So
saw
just the. Yeah, it's a grant, yeah. So going back to something I asked earlier about you, and while I will readily admit I'm highly skeptical of this plan of finding grant money to staff your school with counselors. But under this scenario, if the board was successful in receiving grant money specifically for the position of a counselor, you're not taking 12% of that.
Mark Motion for the record, that would be our full intent, yes.
But I did see that for every grant that's written, there's a grant writing fee.
So Mark Motorson for the record, and if I misspeak, I may ask my finance person to come in behind me. The grant, I mean, it's not uncommon for public schools or private schools for that matter to have, an allocation for grant administration. So that is what's incorporated on a separate fee schedule that's excluded from the 12%.
And that makes perfect sense of to his point is that instead of putting a counselor in the budget and then you go and write a grant for the position, now I'm paying 10%.
Correct.
To write that grant to get the position that I needed as opposed to putting it in the budget and just assuming the cost inside the operational budget. Is it making sense?
If you can say it another way.
So basically what we're doing is if I'm gonna write a grant for, it's gonna cost me 10% more to get a counselor because I didn't put him in the operational fee.
Yeah, let me
add to that. Then I guess the question is, if the board wanted to hire me as a grant writer, can they do it or they have to go through you? That's the EMO. And you don't want me, by the way, but I'm just hypothetical.
Sure we do, Mr. Friend. Any hiring is going to go through us. And if we decide that there's a position that we find is necessary, then those are the decisions that we will make. While we totally appreciate any recommendations coming from Vertex, final decisions lay with the people and myself behind me.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess I'm just drilling into, there's different types of hires, right? You're definitely, what I'm hearing you say is the board's going to hire your principal. The board's going to hire whoever the assistant principal is, and the board's going to hire the 8th grade science teacher. That's different than hiring for services like a grant writer or landscaping, janitorial.
So if I can add,
Does the board have the flexibility to engage outside organizations for services to support the school without the permission of Vertex?
So as long as we are not in an agreement with Vertex at the moment for something, and at that point, if we need to make changes, then we need to bring Vertex back to the table to have that discussion. If I'm answering your question, the final decision as to what's in the contract, finally, who we're resourcing out to them, their HR support is just that. They're, fielding the requirements, all of those things, and all of those applications actually come to us. So if it's a service that needs to be procured, then all of those processes will follow just like they are in a non-EMO school.
Is it a triple net lease that they're paying, that you all, and the rent that they're paying? So that, and what I mean by that is like this whole concept about having to get a landscaper. Are they able to go get their own landscaper and they're responsible for or since you guys own the building or Legacy owns the building, does Legacy have to go get the landscapers, or are they paying Legacy a triple net lease?
Yeah, so let me clarify just a little bit. Nicole Taylor, part of Vertex finance manager. So I did help with a lot of the budget input. We have a very robust kind of detailed kind of P&L that we offer. So I apologize if things are not spelled out. I was working with your template. So a lot of those support services that you called out are for our exceptional students as well. So there could be the counselor built in there, other things, right, that HR kind of looked at, saw kind of how the schools are built out. So I don't, because it's not specifically called out, a lot of things that we call out very robustly and provide to the board on a monthly basis was kind of consolidated in all of those extra services, so to speak. But to your point for grants, that is part of the contract, that we have a grants team at Vertex that will help them write grants, go after competitive grants to do all of that. So to Mark's point, there is a separate kind of grant admin, but we provide at Vertex the board with that kind of clarity on going out to get all of these competitive grants. Of course, we're open to anything that they hear about. In our state of Nevada, we have a board that goes out to specific cities that can actually give you grants and then bring it back to us. We're happy to do the due diligence on all of that just because they're the boots there. They're the board that, sits in that and provides for these students. Can you ask again that triple lease really quick for me? Mm-hmm.
Those kinds of.
So it's kind of two-part, right? So in our budgets, we kind of build that out, whether you want facility managers on board that kind of fix those pipes for you, or we can also go out and provide the board with different vendors, local vendors that they can then sign up for that service. So we have that in our other states. We have some schools that do it all in-house and they're hired as part of Legacy employees. And then we have others that where we go out and we provide the board with contractors. They make that decision on what contractor they want to go with, quotes, all of that kind of stuff. And then they choose from there which direction, if they're going to hire or continue with it.
So at the end of the day, it's in their budget to pay for landscaping. It's in their budget to pay for plumbing. It's all that, all that stuff.
It's all Legacy owned, done. Yes.
All right. So we hit time. That gives you guys 10 more minutes. By the way, thank you for answering all our questions. We're rifling at you guys 1,000 miles an hour. We want to make sure we get down to the inch centimeter of every detail that we can possibly do as we decide what's best for this charter. So you have 10 minutes for closing.
Thank you so much. And Board Member Crutchfield will close.
Again, thank you for hosting us today and helping us as we go through this process. Briefly, I'd like to share a few closing remarks, my thoughts and observations. First of all, I'm excited, pending your approval, to become a part of the Legacy Traditional Schools Network. With their proven track record of being a gap-busting student achievement organization. I'm also excited at having the assistance of Vertex Education, again, with their proven track record of opening and supporting schools across the nation. They have been very helpful to us as we've gone through the initial process. But again, as I hope you understand now, the board wants to take responsibility for the school. And I do want to point out one more thing. I think it's Member Parlay. Is that your name? I'm sorry. Okay. The counselor situation, again, when I looked at the budget for the first time, I saw 12 instructional support positions there and on top of the teacher assistant positions. I was surprised at that. That's $264,000 in the first year for those positions. That would be plenty of money to hire other types of instructional support positions, and something that I definitely would advocate for would be a counselor position out of those funds, depending on what else we decide is needed. So we would work very closely with the superintendent, with our chief administrator, to make sure that that budget meets the needs of students in Winston-Salem and North Carolina. I'm also excited that we do have a site selected. I'm excited that we have a plan, again, pending your approval, to break ground on a new school that would be modernly equipped and ready to open in August of 2026. I'm extremely excited to work with this board. They have diverse backgrounds, they have diverse skill sets, but we are all single focused on providing the best school in Forsyth County. And then I'm very appreciative of the work that you folks are doing, especially in terms of screening applications and applicants. I've been eagerly watching the charter school movement in North Carolina since its inception. As a matter of fact, I served on the committee that helped develop in this room the initial charter school application in North Carolina. And I do think, I'm convinced that the work that you're doing now in screening applicants and applications is going to provide for better education for the students in my home state. And I'm extremely appreciative of the work that you're doing. And I'm sure that we will be glad to answer any other questions that you have. Did I fit within the 10 minutes?
Well done. Thank you, sir. We like a concise closing. All right, so board, we've had the opportunity to ask our questions, hear their opening and closing statements. It's now time for us to deliberate. I believe Mr. Godby is going to be joining us online. He had to leave to attend another meeting, but he is listening online and is still part of this conversation. So questions, comments, feedback?
I guess I'll start. I think one of the things that we are challenged by on the front end is the board composition. Even though we have outstanding individuals and folks with strong credentials and experience, schools are community organizations, families in the community, and we typically see community coming forward to say we want to start this school in our area for our kids. But in our application, we had 5 board members and 3 were from the Charlotte area. And I know one's in finance and one in the university work. And so again, strong credentials and a strong board member. But, we have finance university in Winston-Salem. It's just curious that we don't have a local board member supporting the charter for a local school. Not that is a game changer or a stop in any way, but it's just not the typical. And I think it's challenging for us because we want to see the community. We want the charter board members to be part of the community and doing the work to get this going and to keep it going for years to come. And we don't know what will happen to people from Charlotte or from other states in the years to come for this particular school. And how do you keep those folks engaged and accountable? And I guess that's up to the board, all the board members together. But I think that I'm just trying to acknowledge that that's a challenge for us.
Thank you, Rita. Bruce, you look like you have something. No?
Well, I'll jump in. I heard from a school leader perspective, I heard things like, not working in the smaller things or not getting bogged down, making adjustments as needed, moving what. It seems like some of the smaller things, and we've seen that in some of the schools that we've talked to today, and from our own experience, we know, but some of those things are what a school leader needs to get bogged down in, to know and to be able to make the adjustments quickly. I think, a point to that is some of the confusion over the budget and their template versus our template is indicative of a larger disconnect, perhaps, that concerns me between a local school and an EMO. When you have a school leader who wants to adjust on the fly versus a template for what's working tremendously in Arizona and other states, but who on the ground, who knows, and how quickly can they make that adjustments, and how willing are they to get bogged down in the details, because that's where you really make it.
We didn't discuss the curriculum, I don't think much at all, but I know it's described as accelerated back to basics with direct instruction, scaffolding, summarization, rehearsal, and memorization, and metacognition, with a program called Mozart and Momentum and several other things. I read a lot of interesting things in their curriculum that I understand why they have almost 500 on their interest list. Because it sounds like a kind of program that would be successful, that would see academic success with students. And so if we have the opportunity, it'd be interesting to have them address that and describe that more fully. The application described a pretty strong curriculum plan.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that and Dr. Fuller's comments as well. I would have liked to had a little bit more time to dig into the curriculum. This is with all due respect to all the board members. I think the board members have a really unique and important background. I don't know if the board has a person who's truly like the academic representative of the board. Maybe it's the former principal. I asked that question about what your math and science or math and reading or language arts, excuse me, it's been a long day. Is like that should roll off the tongue. Like you shouldn't have to look at notes. Like we're using this for math, we're using this for English. So maybe drilling into that a little bit further. I feel like I say this with every applicant, let's be honest, all of us who run schools, the budget that was submitted to this board in our first interview and what we opened the school up on day one can look very different. But it shouldn't have big gaps in it. Not having some of the basic personnel in place or having those positions in place, but not scaling it, the IT example, or the example that Mr. Godby gave is, to me, that's a pretty big oversight. It seems to me that that's something that should have been caught. It may be this board's first crack at putting together a charter school budget, but it's not Legacy and Vertex's first crack at putting a charter school budget together. So those things give me a little bit of pause. Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to the very beginning, and this is not, I'm not trying to call anyone out, but let's not forget, charter schools are public schools.
Yes.
Charter schools are public schools.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's certainly not Legacy's first crack at putting together a budget. It is their first crack at putting together the budget that we require specifically in North Carolina. The template that we're using is not a universal template. And so I suspect that anytime somebody's confronted with a template for the first time that's different and unique, they're going to encounter some problems. Obviously, you don't like to see big gaps. Nonetheless, I absolutely concur with that. The board's choice of a partner in Legacy, if I were knowing nothing about who I wanted to partner with, if I went on a search to try to figure that out, and I went to Stanford University's Credo study and said, who's the very best at serving underprivileged kids, I would discover that Legacy is it. Stanford says this is the very best. And it may be that Legacy found them, okay, instead of them finding Legacy. So there's probably a little bit of both going on, but this is an organization that, and the Credo study found that in general, management organizations improved the outcomes for those gaps. And that's a new finding, a very recent and new finding. But among those that Legacy was the very best one. Now, they don't say Legacy is the best one, but there's a table at the end of their report in which they've got a number attached to every one of those CMOs, and you see that they're a real outlier. And so I'll just say, for a partner, it seems like they've chosen very well if their interest is in serving underserved kids.
Well, I have experience with TMOs, so I can go from one side of the table to the other. But I was concerned about waiting for a need to help children with disabilities. I would think that would be a very good marketing tool to say that we serve all students. So that kind of took to heart to me that they weren't advertising that they would serve all students, no matter what.
So when I went through this application, it reminded me of, it sounds to me like they're replicating Legacy. I mean, that's basically right. And so I've gone through that process and replicating Chatham Charter to Central Carolina Academy. And you all called me back for a second interview because I thought just because I was a replication, there were a lot of things I excluded from the application because I just thought they were well known. You know, and I think maybe some of that just goes into the there's some things I think we're asking questions about that they assumed we might know the answer to. First of all, I'm not going to speak for them, but that's kind of how I look at that budget issue because it's showing a large surplus. I think it's maybe the way they operate, and we just didn't know that, right? And so we found that out today, and it was cleared up for us. The second thing I would say too is that I've heard more than one person on this board say that, you know, in my first year of opening a school, if I could add someone to manage all those things so that I could focus on getting the school open and running it a strong academic program, I would have done that. Right. So, yeah, I get the fact that you need to know the details, and hopefully you're getting those in your board meetings and any staff meetings that you're doing along with a team like this until you do get a handle on it and can then have a better grip on both sides of the aisle, the academic aisle and the business side. You know, that's what the board manages the business, the school manages the school. And if you really get those things lined up well, then you can have a pretty good well-oiled machine, and everybody kind of learns from both sides as things progress. So that was just kind of my take on the fact that it's obvious that the Legacy is a proven track record. Vertex is new to us. It sounds to me like at least my opinion was that the contract was very concise and clear. Were there some breakdowns in how the budget got done and some other of the deliverables? Yeah, probably so. But at the end of the day, I think we all kind of, at least I do, have a picture of what this school might possibly look like. Now, I did, if you'll recall, try to interrupt and say, can we ask some questions about the academics and that side of it? So we really got bogged down into, which rightfully so, but we didn't give the opportunity to explain any of the academic items as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. I think the board's definitely I think they're a quality board. To Dr. Danielson's point about legacy. I feel like I'm sitting here just being with amongst my fellow board members here. I feel like I'm wanting more. I don't know what more questions I want to ask here today at 2:30 in the afternoon, but I feel like if given time to reflect a little bit longer, I think I can come up with some additional questions I'd probably want to ask this group.
Do I hear a?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion that we invite them back for a second interview. As a reminder, with that motion comes that we will send them questions that we want them to address before the next interview. Part of this too, why I'm making this motion is this is a new EMO in the state. I want to do a little bit more myself, a little bit more digging and research on that as well. And I'm not saying that because I've heard anything that makes me think there's anything, nefarious to be uncovered. But, this is a pretty important decision. New company come in to operate a school or help manage a school in the state of North Carolina. There's a lot that I like. That just as I expressed, there were some things I heard that were, you didn't really think about that. I think I heard some things today that were quite positive as well. So it's a long way of saying I'm going to make a motion that we bring them back for a second interview.
Okay, we have a motion for a second interview.
Second.
Yeah.
Mr. Danielson is a second. I want to remind Legacy that there were 3 options for today. One was to move you forward to RTO, ready to open, ask you to come back for a second interview, or to recommend not moving your school forward to the RTO. So what's been recommended right now is a second interview. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to comment that I don't want anybody to get the impression that we really have a bias against out-of-state folks coming in. The reality is many of the schools here, many of our best charter schools are started by people who got their experience out of state before they showed up and then started a school here in North Carolina. But obviously it also means that you're a little bit of an unknown quantity to some extent. And due diligence requires us to be cognizant of that.
That's a great point, Dr. Danielson. And first of all, I personally don't have a pause if the board members are scattered across the state. I really appreciate, Dr. Here, those comments you made. I think we're seeing a lot more of that lately. I thought this was an extremely competent board. I think the board chair, Ms. Broadway, she could answer every question we threw at her. And I have no doubt that she and her colleagues are going to run this school, not Vertex or Legacy. And I thank you for that. I don't know a lot about Legacy or Vertex, but the little research I did, they do have excellent reputation. And I don't know, as I'm thinking about this application, I'm not saying this board shouldn't have hired Vertex, but if we just looked at the board itself and didn't have all the confusing conversations, we might have been a little more comfortable approving them. I'm a little confused with Legacy and Vertex. We had another application, I don't know, was this round or last year, that it's just a little confusing, but that's my ignorance, not yours. And I apologize for that, but I certainly would. This seems to be an outstanding organization. It seems to be a strong board. And I think too, Mr. Crutch, yeah. Do you mind? Are you from the Winston-Salem area?
I've lived in Forsyth County all 70 years of my life.
Right. And that's 3 that are in Winston-Salem too. So thank you for answering that. So I certainly support bringing them back for a second interview.
Yeah, if I may, just real quick, I thank you, Dr. Anderson. I don't want, this was not it's not skepticism about out-of-state companies coming in. If anything, we're giving you a reason to come back and have really good barbecue. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would just add, I think everyone knows that I'm not pretty tough on EMOs and skeptical. but I pay attention to data, and the Credo study means a lot. That was a very rigorous study, and the data suggests that they have been able to leverage the scale of an EMO and the resources to move kids academically across and close achievement gaps. So I'm encouraged by that. I do think that anytime, Bruce, just kind of like just building off of your point, when it's a big decision, and I think we need to be disciplined and thoughtful about EMOs. There was another one that came forward connected to Doral. Doral has had similar Credo study results, and we said we wanted to wait a year before they came back. So I'm definitely in favor. I think it's a smart move when we look at potential entree for an EMO, despite how effective the data is, to take an extra leverage every step in the process. Simply because, once you're there and you're replicating, it frankly does become easier to scale, and we've seen that over time.
And before I call to vote, I finally, it took me a second to understand the whole legacy. So legacy is the educational model. Vertex is the business that supports that model. And that's, I think, what this board has chosen, is to replicate a proven educational model. And the time we took today was to dig down into the business of the supporting EMO part of this contract. And so I think we did a good job of that part. But what sometimes happens when we get in these conversations, we miss the whole educational side of it too. So that's why I think it's important to have a second interview, just to have a conversation about what this exciting academic program looks like. So Ashley?
Dr. Eldridge, before we vote, can I make one more comment? I know that we will submit like our requests for information and things for when they return, but I thought it would help to sort of describe. We've had other EMOs come that presented us with data, like a flyer front and back, that just gave us very succinctly performance, academic outcomes, information that really was a glance at how well they're doing. I haven't seen anything like that. If Legacy has any documentation where we don't have to dig through the 40-page contract, or we had many audits and financial statements uploaded, but I didn't see a lot of the academic outcome uploaded in our supporting information and our evidence for either for Vertex or for Legacy. And I think that would be great to have something that's at a glance and demonstrates.
So maybe what I hear is almost like a report, almost like a report card of Legacy that they might be able to show
We've seen it
academic
with
outcomes.
others, and it's very effective. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would echo that. They shouldn't, I know these charter networks have all of that data rolled up. It's probably they all are presenting it internally, sharing it. Like, just give us what you already have in tables and charts. That is pretty straightforward. I think it's probably out there that you can easily report to us. And then I also would like to see more detail on the kind of what are the resources that the management company brings to bear for that $1 million. I know we talked about that. We have the superintendent. There was talk about hiring other positions. I'm not sure if that's reflected. So what are those positions? And kind of can you list and give kind of a cost projection of what it would cost for the school to hire these versus the management company?
Yep.
The more detail on that strengthens your case.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. All right, Ashley.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare. Aye. Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, this unanimously moves to a second round, which will be in December. So Ms. Rackley will be touching base with you about the specifics for that. Please don't send anything in until you have received instructions from our office. And then for the next round, I would also be thinking a little bit about the name. We do currently have a charter school named Legacy in the state. So just keep that in mind.
Ms. Picara, can I ask a clarifying question about that? we have to develop questions that we send to you, that you and Tail send to them.
Yep.
They respond, and we have all that information before they come back for the second interview. Is December giving us enough time to do that entire process?
It's gonna be condensed, but the other option is we push back to January, but we were planning on having all apps done by December. So it would be up to you guys if you wanted to push to January, keeping in mind that we will have. Is there any reason, Melanie, why we couldn't do it in January?
What's our December meeting date?
The 9th and 10th.
That's less than, I mean,
That's less than
that's
three
less
weeks,
than
3
3
weeks.
weeks.
Mhm.
The only way it would work is, and I don't know how complicated it'd be to do like a shared Google Drive or like something that we can see live as opposed to waiting to get it back, tossed back and forth. But if there's not a overwhelming agenda in January, it might give us more time to digest all of it.
I expect to be digesting turkey over part of the.
So we're gonna save the paper diet until December and then we'll, okay. So maybe January?
So second round in January. Okay. We will still be in contact with you with more information, but yes, it looks like we'll do your second round in January. Good.
Yes.
Well, out of deference to the applicant, does that pose a problem on your end in any way? The board? Okay.
Okay, cool.
I think the extra time will be beneficial to all. We want to have the right time to give you the right questions that we want you to respond to.
Chair Friend, can I ask a quick clarifying question? Can you provide the date for the January meeting?
Yes. Is it 9th and 10th also? Anybody have, let me pull that up real quick.
It's January 13th and 14th.
13th and 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think next up is, do we have director's report?
I do not have one.
That's awesome.
Oh, man.
Sorry for the record. That's terrible.
Dang.
Sorry about that.
I was so ready. Jenna, do you have something you want to?
I'm gonna go home and cry, you guys.
So just as a reminder, we'll send out to the board here a template for you to submit questions that we want to make sure that Legacy addresses before the January meeting. I'll also be sending out information about those who may want to volunteer to work on a little task force about comparability data. And other than that, just hope everyone has a very safe and enjoyable Thanksgiving holiday as well.
Can I say one quick, I just want to thank Officer Charter School. You guys did a great job in apps and on the renewals, and thank you so much for your hard work.
Meeting adjourned.
Great job. Thank you.